Chapter 625. He had lived for so many years and had seen people being struck to death by Tianlei. He had also seen people being blasted half to death by Tianlei. He had also seen people who were evenly matched with Tianlei and successfully passed through it. However, he had never seen anyone going head-to-head with Tianlei and even chasing after it. Wasn't this a little wrong? Wasn't that girl just now being beaten by those Tianlei to the point where she couldn't retaliate and was even about to admit defeat? How did the situation take a 180-degree turn in the blink of an eye? The great ancestor fell into deep confusion as he watched the power of the heavenly thunder being devoured by the crimson flames without hesitation. He took a step forward, but he didn't know whether to step back or forward. Could it be, did he see wrongly? However, Chu Luiyue was covered in blood and couldn't be mistaken. He could even clearly see the countless hideous wounds on her arms from here. She was indeed about to die just now, or perhaps, he was too ignorant and didn't know that there was such a way to deal with Tianlei in this world. While Taizu was still in a daze, Chu Luiyue had already collected all the power of the 19th Tianlei and poured it all into the cloud sky copper sword. Seeing a silver light flowing across the sword, Chu Luiyue slowly wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Based on her current cultivation level, it was indeed very difficult for her to withstand the power of the heavenly lightning. However, she didn't only have this bit of strength. With a thought, she mobilized the power within the water droplet and turned the surging force into flames. She wrapped the cloud sky copper sword and completely split that Tianlei power apart. The entire process was smooth and extremely carefree. She had thought it through very clearly. If the enemy was strong, she would be weak. If the enemy was weak, she would be strong. In any case, this heavenly lightning wouldn't stop for a while, so he might as well fight it. Originally, she only wanted to make a Hail Mary effort, but she didn't expect the effect to far exceed her expectations. This Tianlei seemed to have a trace of inexplicable fear towards her. To be precise, he was afraid of the water droplet in her body. She only wanted to absorb the power of Tianlei, but she didn't expect the Tianlei to run away as soon as she started to move. Since you're already here, why are you running? Chu Luiyue made a prompt decision and immediately used all his strength to kill him. As a result, the power of Tianlei became incomparably obedient. It didn't even dare to wreak havoc in her body. This undoubtedly greatly reduced the pain Chu Luiyue's entire body. A gentle yet powerful force gushed out from the water droplet and quickly spread to Chu Luiyue's limbs and bones. The injuries in her body began to heal quickly. Even the external wounds on her body began to scab rapidly under the envelopment of the scarlet flames. Moreover, there was a lot of Tianlei's power left in her flesh and bones. If she could completely digest it and convert it into her own power, it would be an extremely vast energy. Chu Luiyue felt the changes in his body and let out a long sigh. Fortunately, I have this trump card, otherwise, I might not be able to last long under the encirclement of Tianlei. After confirming that the 19th Tianlei had finished refining the cloud sky copper sword and that his body was improving, Chu Luiyue raised his head to look again. In the sky, a silver snake-like bolt of lightning was swimming through the layers of dark clouds. That was the 20th Tianlei. Chu Luiyue landed back on the star stone. She spread her legs and held the sword in her hand tightly. She stared at it and held her breath. However, after waiting for a long time, the Tianlei still didn't fall. Chu Luiyue couldn't help but look at Taizu. Taizu, didn't you say that 9 Tianlei would appear together every time? This one appeared just now. Why hasn't it come down yet? Taizu looked at the Tianlei that was constantly wandering in the clouds and frowned. Probably. It'll be done in a while, since the 19th one has already come down, there's no reason for the rest to not appear, right? Besides, the 20th one has already been condensed. A while passed. Another while passed. The surroundings gradually quietened down. Chu Luiyue raised his eyebrows. Taizu, it's been a long time. Why isn't it moving? Taizu crossed his arms and supported his chin with one hand. He fell into a strange silence. Actually, he had a vague guess in his heart. However, that was too ridiculous, so he quickly suppressed it the moment it appeared in his mind. However, the more he looked at it, the more he felt that something was amiss. Actually, I've never encountered such a situation before. Chu Luiyue moved his wrist. If I wait any longer, my injuries will be healed. Taizu was speechless. He looked at the bright silver lightning again. It looks fine, so why isn't it coming down? What's the point of it swaying there? He had never thought that there would be a day when he would actually yearn for a Tianlei to fall so much. In this extremely strange atmosphere, Chu Luiyue waited for a while more before finally feeling a little impatient. The next moment, she suddenly raised her chi, stepped on the star stone, and leaped up. At the same time, she held the cloud sky copper sword tightly in her hand. Wherever the sword passed, a straight black spatial crack was left in the void. The force around Chu Luiyue surged, and the red flames exploded again. It enveloped the entire cloud sky copper sword. The raging flames instantly caused the surrounding temperature to rise. The Tianlei in the clouds seemed to have sensed this dangerous aura and suddenly increased its swimming speed. From afar, it seemed to be a little anxious. Taizu was even more puzzled. Things seemed to be developing in a strange direction. Right at this moment, Chu Luiyue raised her sword. A vast aura surged out from the sword. Taizu was shocked. The power in Chu Luiyue's body and the sword seemed to have become stronger than before. A crimson flame flew out instantly and spread towards the sky. The Tianlei in the clouds sensed danger, and after a short pause, it actually dived into the depths of the black vortex. Taizu's eyes twitched. This Tianlei is actually planning to escape. That red flame suddenly increased its speed and chased after the Tianlei. Almost at the same time, a clear shout instantly spread between heaven and earth. Get down here. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 626. That scarlet flame flew up like a long whip and instantly wrapped tightly around that Tianlei. Following Chu Luiyue's clear shout, it was instantly dragged down ruthlessly. At the same time, Chu Luiyue rushed up once again. The sword fell. Whoosh! That Tianlei was actually split apart from the middle by Chu Luiyue's cloud sky copper sword. Then, endless flames once again wrapped it up and passed through the sword before finally surging into Chu Luiyue's body. Chu Luiyue quickly gathered the power of Tianlei and poured it all into the cloud sky copper sword. Go in. A stream of light instantly streaked across the sword. The 20th Tianlei, the tempering was complete. The expression on Taizu's face became very interesting. How is this triggering Tianlei to forge the sword? This is forcefully grabbing Tianlei back and rubbing it against the sword. Seeing Chu Luiyue finish all of this in a rough and clean manner with her face and body covered in blood, Shangguan Jing held his head. What happened to the outside world in the past 1,000 years? He knew that Chu Luiyue was very powerful, but that was Tianlei. She just took care of it like that? Lu Yu, Taizu opened his mouth with difficulty, but he didn't know what to say. Could it be that he should persuade Chu Luiyue not to be so cruel to Tianlei? Taizu? What's wrong? When Chu Luiyue heard that, she turned around to look. Although she was covered in blood, her eyes were firm and bright, and she looked very energetic. It was completely different from the way she looked when she was on the verge of death and being beaten up. Taizu thought for a while before saying, this Tianlei. This heavenly lightning. Look. It doesn't seem to be like this, Chu Luiyue blinked his eyes and raised the cloud sky copper sword in his hand to take a closer look. The blade of the sword was smooth and flat, tough and sharp. After being tempered, its color had become even richer and purer. Against the faint glow on its surface, it looked like a huge blue gem. There doesn't seem to be any problems. Isn't this pretty good? Confusion surfaced in Chu Luiyue's eyes as she looked at her ancestor. What do you mean? Taizu. Pretend I didn't say anything, kids nowadays are too fierce. Chu Luiyue looked up. The thick clouds had yet to dissipate, and the vortex was still spinning slowly just like before. But it was completely dark, and not a single ray of silver light could be seen. There was no Tianlei. Chu Luiyue hesitated for a moment, then asked, Taizu, look, although the clouds haven't dispersed, Tianlei still hasn't arrived. What's going on? Taizu looked at her coldly. You still have the cheek to ask? You're the one who scared the remaining Tianlei to the point that it can't move. Who's to blame? In the past, he had been staying in the Tianling god realm. In the end, he met Chu Luiyue, so he followed Chu Luiyue out with hope and joy. He originally wanted to come out to see the sun and admire the world's scenery. Who knew that he would be involved in such a thing? His belief in refining yuan instruments for so many years had been shattered by Chu Luiyue. He had yet to recover from it. Who could he reason with? Chu Luiyue felt guilty from his gaze and touched his nose. It can't be because of me, right? The great ancestor snorted. Then, it's because of me? Chu Luiyue, she quietly returned to the star stone and sat cross-legged, placing the cloud sky copper sword on her knees. Then, I'll wait a little longer. Taizu raised his head to take a look. The remaining Tianlei were actually there, but they refused to come down. They were probably even more conflicted than he was now. He couldn't leave. Come down, there was still Chu Luiyue there. Taizu was at a loss. What exactly did this girl do just now? On Qingyuan Mountain. When Chang Wanzhou saw Chu Luiyue walk out of that ball of red flames, he was shocked. He stood rooted to the ground and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Everything that happened after that was beyond his imagination. He almost started to doubt his eyes. When Chu Luiyue dealt with the Tianlei and sat back down on the star stone, he finally felt relieved. Although he didn't know what exactly happened, he could tell that Chu Luiyue had turned the tables around. She had turned from the disadvantaged party to the advantageous party. Even though she was covered in blood, she didn't look like she was in a sorry state. At this moment, there was only one word that could be seen on her: powerful. Chang Wanzhou's clenched fists finally loosened. Because he used too much force, his palms were completely numb and he couldn't feel them. But he didn't care. His eyes were fixed on the slender and straight figure. She really had a way, no matter what kind of predicament she was in, she could always find a way out. Just like the person in his memory. It was the same. That person always had a smile on her face, as if she didn't care about anything. She seemed to be able to easily solve any problem that came into her hands. He slowly placed his right hand on his left chest. His heart that was beating violently had slowly calmed down. But something seemed to have stayed. His eyes gradually became firm, persistent, and a trace of deep devotion. The mountaintop of Yanlin Peak became very quiet. A gentle breeze blew, sweeping up the broken branches and withered leaves. There was an inexplicable sense of desolation. Chu Luiyue circulated the force in her body. It was like a river washing through the riverbed, carrying sand and waves with it. The Tianlei power stored in Chu Luiyue's body was gradually absorbed into the water droplet and transformed into Chu Luiyue's own power. With the nourishment of the power in the water droplet, Chu Luiyue's injuries quickly recovered. After circulating the force for one cycle, Chu Luiyue opened her eyes again. The aura on her body was clearly stronger than before. She actually had a faint feeling of breaking through. Chu Luiyue moved her neck and stood up with her sword. Many of the bloodstains on her clothes had already dried, becoming rough and hard. It was very uncomfortable to wear. In addition, there were many wounds on her body that had just scabbed over. The thick smell of blood filled her nose. Every time she moved, she felt even more uncomfortable. Chu Luiyue gradually became frustrated. She had no problem polishing the cloud sky copper sword for a month. She had no problem forcefully accepting the Tianlei power with her current realm and enduring endless pain. However, the key was that she had already waited here for so long, but this Tianlei did not move at all. It did not even have the slightest intention of appearing. What was this? When she thought of this, Chu Liuyue's expression turned cold. She looked up at the sky. With a flick of her wrist, she raised her sword and pointed it straight at the sky. Her voice was extremely cold and carried a trace of impatience as she said slowly, "You're right." She said in an impatient tone, "Do you want to come down yourself, or do you want me to go up? I'm in a hurry." As soon as she finished speaking, the world was silent. There were no ripples. Chu Luyue suddenly sneered. "If that's the case, rumble." A bolt of heavenly thunder finally gathered in the clouds. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 627. Taizu was dumbfounded. How could she do that? Wasn't this girl a little too strong? Who would curse Tianlei down like that? However, the 21st Tianlei really appeared just like that. And after it appeared, it didn't stop at all and quickly slashed down. Chu Luyue stood up and raised the sword in her hand. The flames on the sword burned wildly. The sword intent was awe-inspiring. In the next instant, Chu Luyue leaped and collided with the Tianlei. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, silver light splashed everywhere, and the violent energy spread wildly in all directions. The exact same scene as before played out once again. Chu Luyue didn't spend any effort and successfully dealt with the Tianlei. When the silver light quickly flowed past the cloud sky copper sword, another Tianlei quickly appeared in the sky. Chu Luyue looked up and curled her lips. Wouldn't it have been better if you had done this earlier? The earlier it appeared, the earlier it was dealt with. Taizu, he started to feel that his initial worry was a little unnecessary. No, it was very unnecessary. Square Ravine. More than half of the competition time had passed, and it had completely entered the white-hot stage. The competition in all four arenas was going on very intensely. However, at the Chongshu Pavilion and the Nine-Star Alliance's side, it could be said to be tragic. Bam! In the martial artist arena, a figure flew out and landed heavily on the ground with a dull thud. Martial Artist Round 6, Nine-Star Alliance's Pei Sang wins. The loud voice instantly spread. The spectators all had different expressions. After a short silence, they began to discuss in low voices. The Nine-Star Alliance actually won this round again. Including this round, they actually won a total of 5 out of the 6 rounds. The Nine-Star Alliance's disciples are actually so strong. According to this trend, I'm afraid the Chongshu Pavilion won't be able to hold on. I thought they could hold on for a while in the Celestial Physician competition, but out of the 7 rounds, they won 3, lost 2, and drew 2. It's really not considered much of an advantage. Not only that, they seem to be the ones who lost more in the Xian Master competition, right? Now that I think about it, the Chongshu Pavilion is already lagging behind the Nine-Star Alliance by quite a bit. If they want to make a comeback, they have to win the remaining rounds. Everyone was discussing. Jiaoxing Alliance's morale was high, and their faces were more or less filled with pride. Alliance Master, what you said before. Once those few people went up, Chongsu Cabinet immediately lost the ability to retaliate and could only let us do whatever we wanted. Based on the current situation, victory is already in our grasp. Hearing this, Zhang Hua snorted. Isn't that normal? Chongsu Cabinet is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Even if they don't use those, they won't be our match. The Nine-Star Alliance is definitely going to be one of the 4 major sects today. Alliance Master is wise. On the other side, 2 disciples of the Chongshu Pavilion quickly went forward and helped that person back. Yi Ranran went forward nervously. Senior Brother Lu, how are you? So the person who participated in this competition was Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao looked up and forced a smile. I'm fine. I just lost to the Nine-Star Alliance. I'm sorry, everyone. His face was extremely pale, and the corners of his mouth and chest were stained with blood. It was obvious that his injuries were not light. This weak smile made him look even more weak and sad. Yuchi Song said in a low voice, that person is not weak, and his methods are sinister. You can't be blamed for losing. You don't have to blame yourself. Lu Jiao pursed his lips. A hint of guilt flashed across his eyes as he lowered his head. Although the pavilion master said so, he couldn't forgive himself. In the first 5 martial artist competitions, they had only won one. The situation was critical, and they really needed his victory. In the end, after a bitter battle, they still lost. This undoubtedly made their already lagging situation even worse. He pondered for a moment, then returned to Yuchi Song's side and said hesitantly, "Pavilion Master, I keep feeling that there's something wrong with them." Yuchi Song's eyes flickered. Actually, he could tell as well. He had seen the disciples of the 9-Star Alliance who participated in the martial artist competition before. During the previous Great Sect meeting, these people's strength was only average. But now, in less than a year, they had all improved a lot. With their talent, it was impossible for them to have such cultivation speed in the past. After watching a few matches, he had already started to suspect that there was a problem. Have you found any evidence? Lu Jiao shook his head regretfully. Yuchi Song sighed in his heart and patted his shoulder. It's fine. Go and rest first. There are still a few more matches. No one knows the outcome until the last moment. Lu Jiao knew that it was useless to say anything more, so he could only retreat and rest. When he walked to Yi Ranran's side, he said firmly, "Ranran, you'll participate in the Celestial Physician competition later. You must win." Yi Ranran clenched his fists and nodded seriously. Yes. The person I'm going against is the man who made fun of me that day. I must teach him a lesson today. She still remembered the humiliation from that day. Lu Jiao patted her head. It's up to you. Yi Ranran was participating in the 8th round of the Celestial Physician competition. Seeing that the Chongshu Pavilion had actually sent out a round-faced girl who looked like she was in her teens, everyone was stunned. We're already at this stage. Shouldn't Chongshu Cabinet send out their strongest person? Why did they randomly find someone? Is there really no one else in the Chongshu Pavilion? They actually sent you? Opposite him, a man in blue crossed his arms and sized up Yi Ranran with disdain. Why? Could it be that you haven't been bullied enough at Thousand View Garden that day, so you specially came here? Probably because they felt that the 9-Star Alliance's victory was certain, even their disciples spoke very impolitely. Their words and actions were very presumptuous. Yi Ranran was not angry. He only took out his medicine cauldron and said word by word, "I'm enough to deal with you. Why do you need to invite senior brothers and sisters?" The man in blue's expression changed. A woman beside the arena suddenly sneered. "I'm afraid that your senior brothers and sisters can't help them anymore. That's why they sent you, right?" Yi Ranran turned to take a look. It was the woman who had forcefully taken her position that day. She stared at her for a while. Her lips moved slightly as she coldly spat out a few words. "Why do you have so much self-righteous nonsense when you don't even have the right to go on stage?" The woman choked, and her face quickly turned into the color of pig liver. After not seeing her for a while, this little girl had become sharp-tongued. Unfortunately, no matter how good she was at talking, it could not change the fact that they were going to lose. The man in blue said impatiently, "In that case, cut the crap. Let's see who's the real deal." Below the stage, Lu Jiao looked around and could not help but mutter, "Why aren't junior sister and junior brother here yet?" Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 628. Next up was the 7th Battle of the Warriors. The 9-Star Alliance sent out an early stage 6 disciple. Everyone on Chongshu Cabinet's side had solemn expressions. Because there was only one stage 6 warrior among them who hadn't fought yet. And it was only the early stage. If the 9-Star Alliance sent out any more stage 6 warriors, it would be extremely disadvantageous for them. Yuchi Song thought for a moment and decided to send the remaining stage 6 warrior up. Jianghu glanced at him and said slowly, "Old Song, this seems to be the last stage 6 warrior in the Chongshu Pavilion. You really don't have anyone else to send out for the remaining 2 battles, right?" Yuchi Song's expression didn't change. "I don't need others to worry about my Chongshu Pavilion." Zhang Hua wasn't annoyed and only sneered in disdain. In his opinion, the Chongshu Pavilion was just stubbornly resisting. The outcome of the competition was basically set. No matter what they did, it was useless. The 9-star alliance just had to wait to win. Why would they care about what Yuchi Song said? Yuchi Song put his hands behind his back and gradually clenched his fists. "Oh right, isn't little junior brother also a stage 6 warrior? If only he was here. Yeah. Maybe if he's here, we can win. Actually, it's not bad for little junior sister to come. If she didn't have a certain level of strength, she wouldn't have been able to get first place in the Wanjing competition. She's even better than little junior brother." But those 2 are still nowhere to be seen. They probably won't come, right? The disciples in the Chongshu Pavilion were anxious. If they really lost to the 9-star alliance in the end, their situation in Xiling City would definitely become worse. However, the only thing they could do now was to wait. The waiting time seemed to be particularly unbearable. Everyone in Chongsu cabinet focused their gazes on the arena. The battle between Yi Ranran and the man in blue attracted a lot of attention from the beginning. Because this was the second last match of the Celestial Physician competition. At this point in time, the outcome of any match had become extremely important. Yi Ranran's round face was calm and serious. She placed her hand on top of the medicinal cauldron, and a ball of white flame instantly rose up. The surrounding temperature instantly dropped by quite a bit. A chilling aura gushed out from the white flames. The face of the blue-clothed man standing opposite her changed. This flame, pure ice fire? No wonder this little girl was so confident. It was because she had such a trump card. It was rumored that the ice pure fire came from the bottom of an ice pond. It was different from ordinary flames. It was completely white and contained an extremely deep chill. However, the chill itself was extremely pure and was very helpful in refining medicine. Generally speaking, the pills refined by a celestial physician who possessed the ice fire would definitely be more effective than the pills refined by a celestial physician of the same level. There were even some that could directly upgrade ordinary medicinal pills by an entire grade. A trace of nervousness arose in his heart, but he concealed it very well on his face. He retracted his gaze, turned his force into a fire, and began to prepare to refine medicine. Yi Ranran methodically placed the medicinal herbs that she had prepared beforehand into the cauldron one by one. The flames in the entire medicinal cauldron were clearly divided into several regions, and the medicine was refined at different temperatures. Seeing this scene, many people were secretly amazed. Yi Ranran looked young, but they did not expect her to be so skilled in refining medicine. From her series of operations, she was indeed very talented in celestial physician. The blue-clothed man opposite her inadvertently raised his head to take a look, and his expression froze. He could clearly see that there were a total of 4 different regions in Yi Ranran's medicinal cauldron. She could actually control so many at the same time. One had to know that he had been diligently cultivating for many years, but until now, he could only control 3 regions at the same time. He paused for a moment, but still braced himself and made his move. Sure enough, after seeing the situation on his side, the surrounding people quickly began to discuss in low voices. I didn't expect that Yi Ranran's talent and strength to be so amazing. I think she might really win this time. Isn't that so? Look at that technique, that proficiency, it's obvious that Yi Ranran is better. Yi Ranran seems to be almost 10 years younger than that man. In the end, that man's strength is actually inferior to Yi Ranran's. Indeed, they can't be compared. Chongshu Pavilion sent her, so they should win this round. All kinds of discussions poured into the blue-clothed man's ears one after another, and it made him extremely frustrated. It was inevitable that his bad mood would affect his concentration. Not long after, he wasted a medicinal herb because he was distracted. This made him even more flustered. On the other hand, Yi Ranran's eyes were fixed on her medicinal cauldron from beginning to end. Every movement was smooth and practiced. The winner was obvious. The 9-Star Alliance's people also restrained their arrogant expressions because of this match. Yi Ranran's match went very smoothly. However, the martial artists' match next to them made the people in Chongshu Pavilion nervous. Both of them were at the same level, at the early stage of Stage 6, so it was difficult to determine the winner. They went back and forth, killing each other, and then they completely fell into a stalemate. The noise around them gradually quieted down. In the end, after nearly an hour of dueling, the 7th martial artists' match between the two sides ended in a draw. This result was neither good nor bad, but it didn't mean much to the Chongshu Pavilion at the moment. There was still a big gap between them and the 9-Star Alliance. A draw was definitely not enough. Only victory would give them a chance to turn things around. However, there weren't many matches left. If they lost again, it would really be irreversible. Fortunately, not long after, Yi Ranran's match finally ended. She had refined a pill that was a full level higher than her opponent's. It was a complete victory. Hearing the announcement of her victory, Yi Ranran finally heaved a sigh of relief. She put away her pills and medicine cauldron, then rushed to Wei Qi Song and the others. Her round little face was flushed red with excitement, and her eyes were filled with excitement. "Pavilion Master, I didn't let you down." Yuqi Song nodded in relief. "You did well. Thank you for your hard work." A cold sneer was suddenly heard. "Old Song, don't tell me you still haven't realized that you have no chance of winning?" Zhang Hua touched his chin and smiled sarcastically. "Including Yi Ranran's win, you're still 3 points behind us. However, there are only 4 matches left. Unless you win all 4 matches, otherwise, you definitely won't be able to maintain your position as one of the 4 major sections." His gaze slowly swept across the people in Chongshu Pavilion. "In my opinion, why don't you admit defeat now? This way, you won't have to add a few more injured people to your team. TSK, there aren't many disciples in Chongshu Pavilion to begin with. If you accidentally lose a few more, I'm afraid there won't be anyone left in the entire Chongshu Pavilion, right?" Everyone's expressions were filled with anger. This was going too far. At this moment, a clear and powerful voice suddenly sounded from afar. "Who said that there's no one left in Chongshu Pavilion? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from LoveNet." Chapter 629. Everyone looked up. 2 figures were flying over on their swords against the wind. The person in front was dressed in black. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and there was a casual smile on her beautiful face. It was Chu Luiyue. Behind her was a tall and thin youth in gray linen clothes. His skin was so fair that it seemed to be translucent. His facial features were unbelievably exquisite and beautiful. His soft golden hair fluttered in the wind. Although his expression was cold, there was still the youthfulness and vitality of a youth between his brows. This was Chang Wanzhou. Under their feet, they were stepping on a long sword that emitted a faint light like the Milky Way that stretched across the night sky. Wherever they passed, black spatial rifts were silently left behind. Their auras were astonishing. The 2 of them were dressed extremely ordinarily, but they still could not hide their outstanding appearance and temperament. The moment they appeared, they instantly attracted countless gazes. Yuqi Song heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. A smile appeared on his old face. The many disciples of Chongshu Pavilion were also filled with joy. Lu Xiao jumped up excitedly and waved at the 2 of them. "Little junior sister. Little junior brother. We're here." "Ouch, it hurts." Because he was too excited, he pulled at his wound again and grimaced in pain. Yi Ranran hurriedly supported him. "Senior brother Lu, be careful." It's fine. I'm relieved that the 2 of them are here." "What's this small injury?" Lu Xiao said with a careless grin. For some reason, the moment he saw Chu Luiyue, his restless heart seemed to be instantly calmed. She seemed to have an invisible force that could always make people believe her unconditionally. As long as she was around, there was nothing to worry about. Yi Ranran could not help but purse his lips and smile. That's right. The two of them are here. We'll definitely win. Chu Luiyue and Cheng Wanzhou landed. The crowd automatically opened up a path for him. The duo walked straight to where Chong Su Cabinet's people were. Master. Chu Luiyue and Lu Jiao bowed one after another. Are we late? You're not late, you're just in time. As Wei Qi Song spoke, his expression suddenly changed. He quickly scanned Chu Luiyue from head to toe, and his brows knitted tightly together. Lu Yu, what's wrong with you? Why are there so many wounds? Chu Luiyue's hands were full of scars. And from the looks of it, it had just appeared. Her body reeked of blood. Chu Luiyue smiled. Master, it's a long story. I'll tell you the details later. But you don't have to worry, these are all superficial wounds, and they're almost healed. Before she came, she specially took a bath, applied medicine on the wounds on her body, and changed into a clean set of clothes. Unexpectedly, Yuchi Song was able to tell that something was wrong. Actually, her internal injuries were no longer a problem. Only the remaining wounds on her body had not completely healed. Although they had already scabbed over, they still looked quite shocking. Fortunately, she had specially changed into this black robe, which was able to cover most of the wounds. Otherwise, she would not know how to explain it if others saw it. Yuchi Song was skeptical, but he was still worried. Chu Luiyue had said that he had something to do, so he stayed on Yanlin Peak for a while. But it had only been half a day. How did he suddenly have so many wounds? I was wondering who it was that was so arrogant. When Zhang Hua saw Chu Luiyue and Lu Jiao appear, he could not help but mock. So it's the two famous new disciples of Chongshu Pavilion. I thought you were too timid to come. But, it doesn't seem to be meaningful to come at the last moment. There were still 4 matches left. Even with Chu Luiyue and Cheng Wanzhou, it was impossible to win all of them. The result was obvious. Chu Luiyue turned his head and said with a smile, the competition is not over yet. Leader Zhang, don't be too full of yourself. It won't look good if you get slapped in the face. Zhang Hua's expression changed slightly, then he sneered, I haven't seen you for a while, but you've become more and more arrogant. As everyone knows, I've always been lucky. I can't help it. Chu Luiyue's smile deepened, but his eyes were clear and cold. Zhang Hua was so angry that he laughed, good. Then I'd like to see how capable you are today. How dare you say such arrogant words? Everyone looked at each other. They did not expect Chu Luiyue to be so fierce. He directly went against Zhang Hua as soon as he arrived. Yuchi Song frowned and asked in a low voice, Lu Yu, can your body, do you think it's okay? If you can't, don't force yourself. Although this competition was important, Chu Luiyue's body was equally important. He was really worried about her covered in injuries, let alone let her take the risk. Chu Luiyue's eyes curved. If you're really worried, I can go to the Xian master side to compete, right? She had already heard someone say that there were 2 martial artist matches left in the competition. One was Celestial Physician, and the other was Xian Master. Chongshu Pavilion was 3 points behind. If they wanted to turn defeat into victory, they had to win all 4 of these matches. Not even a single draw was allowed. Yuchi Song was stunned. Xian Master? You're not a martial artist or celestial physician, you're a full cultivator? Chu Luiyue nodded with a smile. When she participated in the Wanjing competition previously, she did not display her strength in this aspect, so almost no one knew. Moreover, during this period of time, she had been cultivating in the Chongshu Pavilion during the day and sharpening her sword at night, so she did not have time to tell them this. Yuchi Song was shocked and felt a trace of guilt at the same time. Lu Yu was his disciple, but he didn't even know that she was a Xian master. He was really not a qualified master. Chu Luiyue understood his expression and said softly, "Don't worry. Master, if you trust me, let me go for this match." Yuchi Song hesitated for a long time before finally nodding. "Okay." Chu Luiyue pointed at Chang Wanzhou. "Then, let little Zhou try the 8th martial artist match. How about that?" Yuchi Song naturally had no objections. "That's what I was thinking." Chang Wanzhou was the only stage 6 martial artist on their side who had yet to go on stage. There was no more suitable candidate than him. Chu Luiyue turned to look at Chang Wanzhou, raised her chin, and smiled. "Little Zhou, why don't we compete and see who wins first?" Chang Wanzhou gripped the cloud sky copper sword in his hand tightly and nodded slightly at the smile on Chu Luiyue's face. "Okay. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network." Chapter 630. No one expected that the Chongshu Pavilion would send out Chu Luiyue for the last Mystic Master competition. Everyone discussed animatedly when they saw the woman appear on the stage. What are the Chongshu Pavilion people thinking? They actually let Chu Luiyue participate in the Mystic Master competition? According to her strength, she can choose between a martial artist or a celestial physician. Both are stronger than a Mystic Master, right? Sigh. Didn't you see that there are only a few people left at the Chongshu Pavilion? There's no choice left. Speaking of which, can you guys tell? Chu Luiyue seems quite calm. Maybe she really has some skills? So what? It's basically impossible for a person who cultivates 3 things to be proficient in all of them. She's extremely talented as a martial artist, but as a mystic master, she should be more average. Moreover, her opponent is Meng Jing. He's the famous mystic master genius of the 9-Star Alliance. It's said that Meng Jing is only 25 years old this year, but he's already a level 6 mystic master. Even in the entire Xiling, he's an outstanding figure among the younger generation. Chu Luiyue is probably going to lose miserably this time. Chu Luiyue calmly walked to the stage and stood still. Opposite her, a young man walked over. He was thin and had high cheekbones. His face seemed to be faintly pale because he hadn't seen the sun for many years. He looked like a weak scholar. However, the occasional glint in his eyes revealed that he wasn't as easy to deal with as he appeared. Meng Jing, Chu Luiyue narrowed her eyes. She had some impression of this person. He came from a miserable background and had no parents. Later on, for some reason, someone discovered that he had astonishing talent as a mystic master, so he entered the 9-Star Alliance and became one of the top disciples in their sect. He was indeed talented, and more importantly, he was diligent and eager to learn. 2 years ago, he was only a level 5 mystic master, but now, he was already a level 6 mystic master. His strength naturally couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. A round black stone slab was placed in front of each of them. Half a mystic formation was drawn on each stone slab, occupying half of the black stone slab. The remaining half was clean. The black stone slabs in front of you have half a mystic formation of the same level and power, but with different contents. These 2 mystic formations will start killing each other as you progress. The judge standing at the side glanced at the 2. There's no time limit for a Xian Master competition. The competition will only end if the person can completely draw out the Xian formation and clear the other person's Xian formation. And that person will be the final winner. Chu Luiyue nodded at Meng Jing. Please. Meng Jing raised his eyes slightly and glanced at her expressionlessly. Then, he turned his gaze away and looked at the judge at the side. Let's begin. I don't have time to waste. Chu Luiyue raised her brows slightly. He didn't put her in his eyes at all. What a coincidence. I also want to end this competition as soon as possible. Chu Luiyue didn't seem to mind at all. Her lips curled up slightly as she walked forward and sat cross-legged in front of the black stone slab. She actually started right away. Since the other party was so impolite, she didn't have to hold back. Meng Jing frowned and felt dissatisfied. She was indeed a lowly person from outside heaven's canopy. She didn't even know the rules. However, there was no point in arguing with her about this. Anyway, the competition was going to end soon. Then, he also walked to the black stone slab and looked down. He was standing. Chu Luiyue seemed to have sensed something. She looked at him and found it funny. This Meng Jing seemed to have a lot of confidence in himself. Could it be that he felt that this mystic formation was too simple and didn't need to sit down and think to solve it smoothly? But, she glanced at it just now. This mystic formation didn't seem to be that easy. Of course, this was for Meng Jing. For her, as though he sensed her gaze, Meng Jing looked over with a trace of disgust and contempt in his eyes. Chu Luiyue smiled and didn't seem to mind. She lowered her head and started to study the half-mystic formation. On the other side, Chang Wanzhou also walked up to the arena. His opponent was still a rank 6 warrior. And both of them were at the early stage, so they were evenly matched. With the experience of the previous competition, everyone felt that the two of them would be in a stalemate again. They would probably have to wait for a long time again. Chang Wanzhou's expression was cold as he looked at the young man opposite of him. The other party sized him up from head to toe with an unfriendly gaze. I heard that you are the second in the Wanjing competition. Chang Wanzhou didn't have the patience to talk to him about this. He just slowly tightened his grip on the cloud sky copper sword in his hand. Let's end this quickly. Hearing him say that, the other party was stunned. He obviously didn't expect him to be so direct. Being humiliated in public caused his expression to become even uglier. Since you're courting death, then don't blame me for being impolite. As he said that, a long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Chang Wanzhou's gaze slowly swept across his sword. Immediately, he circulated the force in his body and poured it into the sword. Buzz! A melodious and mellow sword hum instantly spread out. Many people revealed shocked expressions and looked at the sword in Chang Wanzhou's hand. That was clearly not an ordinary sword. The man opposite him was also shocked. He also used a sword, so he could naturally feel the terrifying aura contained in Chang Wanzhou's sword. An ominous premonition suddenly surged in his heart. The next moment, he gritted his teeth and took the lead to charge forward. Chang Wanzhou stood on the spot and didn't move an inch. He also raised his sword. Then, it slashed down fiercely. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Chang Wanzhou's sword was still quite a distance away from the other party. Swish, the void in front of him was instantly torn open. A piercingly cold and terrifying sword aura surged out. In an instant, the man was enveloped in it. A shrill cry of pain was instantly heard. The next moment, under everyone's gaze, the man's body flew backward. He fell heavily to the ground. The sword in his hand was cut into countless pieces by countless sword auras. The cuts were all smooth and flat. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. What's going on with Chang Wanzhou's sword? It was just a casual stroke, but it was so powerful. Chang Wanzhou took a step forward. It's time to end this, whoosh. Before he could move, he suddenly heard a strange sound coming from the side. At the same time, a clear and bright female voice with a smile was heard. I won. Chang Wanzhou's heart skipped a beat. He immediately turned his head to look. Chu Luiyue happened to turn her head and look over. She blinked and repeated herself with a smile. Little Zhou, I won. Digression, my head hurts. That's all for today. Tomorrow at noon, please browse and read for mobile users. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 631. Chang Wanzhou stood rooted to the ground in a daze for a while. She won? His gaze landed on the black stone slab in front of her. Sure enough, the Xian formation on it had been completed. Meng Jing, on the other hand, was staring at the black stone slab beside his feet in disbelief. Half of the Xian formation on it had already collapsed. It had completely disappeared. This proved that Chu Luyue had indeed completed her half of the Xian formation and had completely destroyed his. His face was pale as he kept muttering, How is this possible? The competition had just begun. He hadn't even thought of how to begin, but Chu Luyue had already completed it. He suddenly looked up and shouted with an agitated expression, You cheated. You must have cheated. Chu Luyue raised her eyebrows and glanced at him. I cheated? Do you have any evidence? Meng Jing choked, but he still clenched his fists and said hatefully, Why you? If you didn't cheat, how could you, a level 4 Xian master, complete this half of the Xian formation so quickly? This is a level 6 Xian formation. Moreover, this Xian formation was more complicated than a typical level 6 Xian formation. Even if he was a genuine level 6 Xian master, he would still have to put in a lot of effort. What more, Chu Luyue? It's your problem if you can't do it. Others can do it because they have the ability. I don't think it's appropriate to slander someone without any evidence, right? Could it be that everyone in the 9-Star Alliance is such sore losers? Chu Luyue stood up. At this moment, the man who had been forced back by Chang Wanzhou took the opportunity to charge forward again. Chang Wanzhou turned around and glanced at him coldly. A trace of fear suddenly appeared in the man's heart. Then, he clenched his teeth and actually drew 2 short swords from his waist. They stabbed toward Chang Wanzhou in unison. Die. There was a thin layer of ice on the 2 short swords, and they were cold and awe-inspiring. Chang Wanzhou was as still as a mountain. He raised the sword in his hand again. He quickly blocked in front of him. Clang clang. The 2 short swords fiercely stabbed into the body of the Cloud Sky Copper Sword. However, he was easily stopped. He couldn't even leave a mark on the sword, let alone break it. The determined look on the man's face froze for a moment. These 2 short swords were his trump cards, and they could cut through iron like it was mud. Chang Wanzhou suddenly took a step back. With a flip of his wrist, he lifted the man's 2 short swords. Whoosh! An ear-piercing scraping sound was heard, and sparks of blue sparks flew in all directions on the blade. The man suddenly felt that something was wrong and immediately wanted to retreat. This sword is dangerous. However, before he could move, Chang Wanzhou's sword was already in front of him. Piercingly cold sword chi rushed towards him. The man's vision blurred and he suddenly felt a chill in his chest. After that, a wave of intense pain came. He stiffened his neck and slowly lowered his head to look. A sword had already pierced through his right chest. The clothes in front of his chest were gradually stained with dark red blood. His lips trembled, but he didn't dare to move. Whoosh! Chang Wanzhou pulled back his sword. The wound seemed to be burning with flames, but it also seemed to be frozen by ice. The 2 extreme forces fought against each other, and it almost made him faint. Plop! His body suddenly fell to the ground. The 2 short swords in his hands also fell to the ground messily. Chang Wanzhou looked down at him and coldly spat out a sentence. Is that thing of yours worthy of being called a sword? The man who fell to the ground trembled and didn't dare to speak. Chang Wanzhou pointed the tip of his sword at him. Admit defeat? If you don't, we can continue. This time, it will be your left chest. The man shuddered violently. Admit defeat. I admit defeat. He didn't doubt that if Chang Wanzhou dared to say that, he really dared to do it. The wild and untamed nature on his body and the aura that was like that of a ferocious beast all proved that he was extremely dangerous. Who knew what else he would do? Chang Wanzhou kept his sword and turned to leave. Everyone was at a loss. The competition ended just like that? Chang Wanzhou only used 2 strikes from the beginning to the end, and he won just like that? Chang Wanzhou walked to the side and stood still. He took out a snow-white handkerchief from his bosom and seriously wiped away the remaining bloodstains on the Cloud Sky Copper Sword. His expression was very focused, as if winning the competition just now wasn't as important as this sword. The surroundings were silent. The corners of Chu Luyue's mouth twitched, and he seemed to be smiling. Looks like I was right. The people from the 9-Star Alliance really can't afford to lose. They either spout nonsense and casually slander others, or take advantage of the situation to launch a sneak attack. Unfortunately, no matter how many messy methods and thoughts they have, they are worthless in front of absolute strength. You. Meng Jing's face turned red. How dare you? Chu Luiyue blinked and asked very sincerely, I won. Little Zhou also won. If we don't act impudently, would it be your turn to act impudently? You. Even children know that strength is respected. If you're willing to bet, you must be willing to admit defeat. Why don't the people from the 9-Star Alliance know this? There are so many people watching the competition just now. Do you still want to deny it? Chu Luiyue's few words made Meng Jing so angry that he felt dizzy and his lungs were about to explode. His chest heaved up and down violently. Then, he strode toward Chu Luiyue. I want to see your Xian formation. Chu Luiyue stood up with a smile. Looks like you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. All right. Since you want to see it, go ahead and take a look. Meng Jing walked to the front of the black stone slab and stared at it for a long time. The more he looked, the uglier his expression became. The Xian formation on it had indeed been completed. Moreover, it was smooth and perfect. There was no mistake to pick out. Chu Luiyue smiled and asked with concern. How is it? Did you find evidence of me cheating? Meng Jing didn't move, and his face was ashen. Chu Luiyue raised his voice slightly. Meng Jing gritted his teeth. Consider it your win this time. With that, he planned to leave. Chu Luiyue blocked his path. What do you mean by, consider it my win? I won this competition in the first place. Meng Jing's expression could no longer be described as ugly. Ever since he entered the 9-Star Alliance, he had always been one of the best among the many disciples and was highly regarded. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been allowed to compete in the last Xian Master competition. Originally, he was confident of victory and didn't take Chu Luiyue seriously at all. But who knew that he would lose so miserably in the end? This was undoubtedly a huge blow to him. I lost. After a short stalemate, he finally said these 3 words quickly. Chu Luiyue narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. Couldn't you have done this earlier? You wasted my time for no reason. Meng Jing's body stiffened. He felt as if he had been slapped in public. Chu Luiyue clapped his hands and walked away with relaxed steps. Meng Jing suddenly turned around and asked. Chapter 632. As soon as he said that, everyone looked over curiously. This was actually what they wanted to ask too. On Chang Wanzhou's side, they had at least seen him make 2 moves, but on Chu Luiyue's side, he had won too quickly. It felt like the competition had already ended before they had seen anything. Other than the complete Xian formation on the black stone slab that could prove that she had indeed won with her own strength, no one else had seen it clearly. It was no wonder that Meng Jing would be so agitated and question her continuously. Chu Luiyue stopped in his tracks and turned to look at him. He smiled matter-of-factly. Because I'm powerful. Meng Jing, everyone. Yi Ranran tugged at Lu Jiao's sleeve and asked softly, Senior brother Lu, isn't Lu Yu a little arrogant like this? The corners of Lu Jiao's mouth twitched. How was this, a little? The word arrogant was clearly written on his face. But, what's with this feeling? So what if he's arrogant? Didn't little junior sister say just now that the winner isn't arrogant? Are we going to let the loser be arrogant? Those people from the 9-Star Alliance were so arrogant just now. They didn't take us seriously at all. Now that little junior sister is teaching them a lesson, it's an eye for an eye. Ever since the competition started, they had been bullied and were almost suffocated to death. Now that they finally had a chance to retaliate, of course, they had to make good use of it. Hearing his words, Yi Ranran nodded in agreement. Senior brother Lu, you're right. Didn't they say that Meng Jing was the most outstanding Xian master genius in the Nine-Star Alliance? In the end, he lost to Lu Yu the moment he came up. I think that title is fake. TSK, was the competition just now lasting for half an incense stick? I don't remember, right? It's a good thing that Meng Jing didn't sit down. Otherwise, he would have to get up as soon as he sat down. It would be quite troublesome, right? It's fine if he lost, but he actually slandered Lu Yu for cheating. There are so many people watching. Are they all blind? Is he the only one with eyes? In my opinion, he's not blind. He's just too evil. Little junior brother is also amazing. 2 swords to finish him off. They're both rank 6 warriors. Why is the difference so big? The disciples of Chongshu Pavilion opened their mouths one after another and spoke freely. In just a few words, they scolded Meng Jing from inside out and from top to bottom. Even the Nine-Star Alliance was not spared. Who asked Meng Jing to be one of them? Previously, the Nine-Star Alliance had mocked and ridiculed them. Now, they could finally hold their heads high. Meng Jing almost fainted from anger. Jianghu finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted angrily. What are you waiting for? Come back quickly. Wasn't it embarrassing enough? Meng Jing was suddenly jolted awake. Only then did he remember that he had lost this match. He was afraid that the Alliance Master was. He quickly glanced at Jianghu and saw that his face was filled with anger. He immediately lowered his head and walked back. Standing in front of Jianghu, his face was full of guilt. Alliance Master, please forgive me. I'm incompetent. Since you know that you're incompetent, hurry up and leave. Don't be an eyesore here. Jianghu was currently in a fit of anger, so the words that came out of his mouth were naturally extremely unpleasant. Meng Jing's face was red and white. He had never been reprimanded in public like this before. He lowered his head, suppressed the surging emotions in his heart, and retreated. Yes. No one on the Nine-Star Alliance's side spoke. It was silent. Many people secretly looked at Meng Jing with different expressions. It was fine if others lost, but Meng Jing. He was almost the best Xian master among the many disciples of the Nine-Star Alliance. It was really strange that he lost to Chu Luyue. However, they had clearly seen the scene of the competition just now. Chu Luyue did win. Is there really something wrong? Soon, the other disciple who lost to Chang Wanzhou also returned dejectedly. The aura around Jianghu was as cold as ice. After losing 2 matches in a row, no one would be in a good mood. Moreover, they lost so decisively and completely. He looked at the remaining 2 people who were about to go on stage. You can only win these last 2 matches, you can't lose. Do you hear me? Previously, Chongshu Pavilion was 3 points behind them, but now, they had caught up by 2 points in the blink of an eye. If Chongshu Pavilion won another match, they would be able to tie the score. If they won 2 matches, they would truly turn defeat into victory. He absolutely would not allow that to happen. If you lose, you know the consequences. The 2 of them trembled in unison and immediately said in a deep voice, "We understand." Chu Luyue walked to Chang Wanzhou's side and saw that he was still wiping his sword. His expression was cold and he seemed to be a little unhappy. "Little Zhou, aren't you happy that you won the match?" Although that person was not a challenge to Chang Wanzhou, he was still a rank 6 warrior after all. It was a good thing to win this match. Chu Luyue looked at him and suddenly thought of something. "You're not unhappy because you lost to me, are you?" Chang Wanzhou finally stopped what he was doing and looked up at her. "No." A hint of awkwardness appeared on the young man's exquisite and beautiful face. "He dirted my sword." Chu Luyue was stunned for a moment before she reacted. "He's unhappy because the cloud sky copper sword was stained with that person's blood just now?" Chu Luyue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "But this is a sword. It has to be stained with blood, right?" Chang Wanzhou turned his head away and didn't say anything. This was the sword that she had forged after enduring incomparable torture, and she had given it to him just like that. He looked calm on the surface, but in reality, he cherished this treasure very much. This was why his sword didn't even touch the other party's body at the beginning. In the end, it was still stained with blood. The blood of that kind of person wasn't qualified to touch this sword. He stubbornly wiped the sword again before finally saying in a low voice, "But you've suffered a lot for this sword." Chu Liuyue's heart warmed slightly. "Little Zhou, this sword was originally meant for you. To be able to get you to value it so much, what happened before, is nothing." Hearing Chu Liuyue's words, Taizu, who had finally calmed down, felt waves in his heart again. He tried to hold it in, but he couldn't. "Lass, you don't seem to be the one who suffered the most, right? What about those Tianlai people who were taught a lesson?" Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 633. Chu Luyue coughed. In the beginning, she had indeed experienced a lot of torture. At that time, she didn't know that it would develop to such a state. The injuries on her body hadn't healed yet. Hearing Chu Liuyue's words, Chang Wanzhou's expression eased up a little. Chu Luyue returned to Yuqi Song and the others. Everyone had excited looks on their faces. "Little junior sister. So your talent as a Xian master is so outstanding? Why haven't I heard you mention it before?" "That's right." Meng Jing's expression was so ugly just now. "Little junior brother too. How long has it been? His strength seems to have increased again. That sword of yours is really powerful." Yuqi Song looked at the two of them with a rueful expression. Although he knew that the two of them were extremely outstanding, he didn't expect them to win so quickly. It was simply a crushing defeat. His gaze swept across the cloud sky copper sword in Chang Wanzhou's hand. When he saw that there seemed to be 3 lightning-like silver patterns on the sword hilt, he was shocked. This sword seemed to be forged by Chu Luyue and given to Chang Wanzhou. However, those 3 lines. Didn't they only appear when the heavenly lightning was triggered? Suddenly, his expression froze. Could it be that the injuries on Chu Luyue's body were caused by Tianlai? Other than that, there didn't seem to be a more reasonable explanation. But she wasn't even a rank 5 warrior now, so how could she do that? Countless questions surfaced in his mind, and he wished he could immediately pull Chu Luyue to ask her clearly. But now was obviously not the right time. Moreover, if this guess was true, then the injuries on her body were more serious than he had expected. When Chu Luyue saw Yuqi Song staring at the cloud sky copper sword in deep thought, she guessed that he might already know something. However, she didn't intend to hide it. Yuqi Song was experienced and knowledgeable, so it was normal for him to be able to guess it. The 9th round of the warrior competition. 9-star alliances Xia Lingyang. The judge's voice suddenly sounded. "Elder Song, have you decided who will go on stage?" Yuqi Song came back to his senses and looked at the arena. A young man walked up. His figure was strong and handsome, his skin was dark, and his aura was tyrannical. He was actually also an early-stage rank 6 martial artist. A trace of doubt flashed through Yuqi Song's heart. When did the 9-star alliance have so many rank 6 disciples? In the past, the 9-star alliance wasn't weak and had many outstanding disciples. But it was definitely not to this extent. Such a lineup could almost be compared to Dragon Teeth Mountain's lineup. Why do I feel that in less than a year, many of the 9-star alliance's disciples have suddenly improved by leaps and bounds, Elder Song? Seeing that Yuqi Song didn't respond for a long time, the person reminded her again. Yuqi Song frowned slightly. There were not many disciples in the Chongshu Pavilion to begin with. Apart from those who had already entered the arena, there were only a few left. Among these people, there was almost no one who could fight with Xia Lingyang. There should only be a few people in the Chongshu Pavilion who can still go on stage, right? Logically speaking, it should be easy to choose. Why hasn't Elder Song made a decision yet? Could it be that you can't choose? At this time, Jianghu definitely wouldn't miss this opportunity and wanted to ridicule them. If I remember correctly, Chang Wanzhou is your last rank 6 martial artist. He has already gone up just now, so you can't choose again. Elder Song, in my opinion, the remaining people. It's the same no matter who you choose. Why don't you just pick one? The disciples in the Chongshu pavilion looked angry. Pavilion master, I haven't gone up yet. Let me go. Me too. Even if my level isn't as good as Xiaolingyang's, we might not lose. Let's fight it out with them. Yuqi Song's gaze swept across the few of them. His heart was slightly warm, but it was also sour. These children were all good. Even though they knew that they had no chance of winning, none of them retreated. But he couldn't bear to see them being bullied. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded. Master, I'll go. Yuqi Song looked up and widened his eyes slightly. Lu Yu? What did you say? Chu Luiyue smiled faintly. I said, let me go up for this round. Just as Yuqi Song was about to refuse, he saw Chu Luiyue blinking and whispering. Master, don't you know best how much this disciple is capable of? Yuqi Song was stunned. The scene of Chu Luiyue swallowing the messed yuan gravel suddenly appeared in his mind. She did have an extremely powerful trump card. Among these people, if there was anyone who had the ability to fight against Xia Lingyang, then it was really Chu Luiyue. But, no buts. Chu Luiyue shook her head, with a gentle and firm smile at the corners of her eyes. I will help you and the senior brothers and sisters to protect the status of the Chongshu Pavilion. No matter what, I will never let anyone trample on the Chongshu Pavilion. Yuqi Song's heart trembled violently. After a long silence, he finally nodded. Okay. Everything. I'll leave it to you. The other disciples were also shocked. But seeing Yuqi Song's firm expression, they didn't continue to argue and just cheered for Chu Luiyue. Little junior sister, it's up to you. Little junior sister, you can do it. Just do your best. We'll wait for you to come back. Chu Luiyue smiled and nodded at everyone. Master, senior brothers and sisters, don't worry. I won't let you down. After saying that, she turned around and walked toward the middle of the arena. Seeing that it was Chu Luiyue who went up to the arena again, everyone looked at each other and fell silent. Zhang Hua frowned and said, Chu Luiyue has already gone up just now. Why is she here again? Chu Luiyue asked. I participated in the Xian Master competition just now. The rules of the competition are that a person can't participate in the same competition consecutively, but they didn't say that a person can't participate in several competitions at the same time, right? The judge next to him thought for a moment and nodded. There's indeed no such rule. Zhang Hua choked. Opportunistic. So what if they sent Chu Luiyue up? He didn't believe that a mere stage 4 warrior could be a match for a stage 6 warrior. Even if Chu Luiyue had the ability to fight above her level, she definitely wouldn't be able to gain any advantage against a stage 6 warrior. Hearing this, Chu Luiyue smiled and didn't care. Who cares what he says now? Right now, he had to win the competition first. She looked at Xia Lingyang opposite her. Chongshu Pavilion's Chu Luiyue is here to accept the challenge. Xia Lingyang sized up Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue was quite famous in Xiling recently. Everyone said that she defeated a stage 5 warrior as a stage 3 warrior. She had outstanding talent and was extremely strong. Later on, she even won first place in the Wanjing competition and was in the limelight. You do have some ability. Xia Lingyang spoke with a proud expression. However, stage 6 warriors and stage 5 warriors are completely different levels. You can defeat an early stage 5 warrior, but you might not be able to defeat a peak stage 5 warrior. There's a huge gap between stage 6 and stage 6. Sometimes, it's not a good thing for young people to be too competitive. Before he could finish speaking, Chu Luiyue suddenly waved to the 9-Star Alliance's Ning Jiqing, who was already standing on the other side and preparing to participate in the last Celestial Physician competition. The last celestial physician competition is also mine. Please wait for me for a while. You can start first. I'll be right there. Digression: I don't update regularly during the day. Everyone can read it together at night. These few days, it's been more than 5 chapters, so the update time is unstable. After a few days, it will return to 5 chapters, and it will be stable. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 634. Xia Lingyang's voice stopped abruptly. Ning Jiqing, who was suddenly called out, was also at a loss. What? Chu Luiyue was going to participate in the last celestial physician competition. In the silence, Yi Ranran could not help but ask. Pavilion Master, did you decide on this matter just now? Yuqi Song was speechless. Even he did not know that Chu Luiyue had such a plan. However, now that he had said it, he could not refute it. He could only say, Lu Yu has his own plans. Xia Lingyang was furious. He had already seen Chu Luiyue's arrogance earlier, but he did not expect it to be even worse now. Swoosh! A silver spear suddenly appeared in his hand. The spear was covered with a thin layer of green scales. A triangular snake head was carved at the end of the spear. Under the sunlight, it glowed coldly. It looked like a real green python. Green python spear. Since you're still in a hurry to participate in the celestial physician competition, I'll personally send you on your way. Xia Lingyang shouted. He swung the spear and stabbed it directly at Chu Luiyue. In the wind, the green python spear let out a snake-like hiss. Hiss, a bone-chilling coldness came at him. Chu Luiyue's expression turned cold. A red whip appeared in his hand. He swung it violently. Smack! The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. The red whip immediately wrapped around the green python spear. Whoosh! The blazing flames swept out, and everywhere they passed, there was the sound of burning. The green scales on the spear suddenly stood up. It was ferocious and terrifying. Xia Lingyang clenched the spear in his hand and suddenly turned it. The sharp green scales instantly scraped past the red whip. The whip collapsed into countless flames and splashed everywhere. Xia Lingyang took a step forward. The spear went straight for Chu Luiyue's heart. Chu Luiyue immediately set up a barrier in front of him. Scales, go! Xia Lingyang let out a clear cry. The countless green scales on the spear suddenly flew up. Like extremely sharp blades, they instantly enveloped Chu Luiyue. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several cracks immediately appeared on the barrier. Then, it silently shattered. Xia Lingyang moved forward. Just as the sharp tip of the spear was about to pierce Chu Luiyue's chest, a red figure suddenly flashed. It quickly and nimbly landed on the spear. Xia Lingyang glanced from the corner of his eye. It was actually a furry third-grade blood ferret. Sensing Xia Lingyang's gaze, Tuanzi squatted there and suddenly grinned at him. In the next moment, it bit at the spear. The green scales on the spear, the spear, was smooth Xia Lingyang's. Tuanzi didn't worry about being pricked, so she used all her strength in this bite. Crack! 2 neat rows of teeth marks were left on the body of the spear. Xia Lingyang's heart suddenly trembled, and even his hands trembled. This was a treasure. It was extremely hard. Now, it was bitten by a blood ferret. Whoosh! While he was in a daze, Chu Luiyue moved and disappeared on the spot. Xia Lingyang's heart sank. A cold wind came from behind. He did not have time to react and could only quickly rush forward. However, he was still a step too late. His back was cut by a sharp dagger, leaving a bloody gash. Xia Lingyang felt a sharp pain and was extremely angry. He once again circulated the force in his body. This time, he did not hold back and used all his strength. A powerful pressure spread out from his body. Beginner Stage 6. The surrounding space seemed to have become heavy. Xia Lingyang said coldly. I couldn't tell that you had some skills. But, this is the end. After speaking, he suddenly turned the spear in his hand. The triangular snake head at the end suddenly pointed at Chu Luyue. Green scales. Wake up. Vigorous force continuously poured in from the snake head. At the same time, the green scales that had flown out earlier also flew back. Whoosh. The originally tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. A fierce and cold aura came from all directions. Then, under everyone's astonished gaze, a huge green figure appeared above Xia Lingyang's head. It was a giant python covered in green scales. A pair of yellow vertical pupils were cold and indifferent, and it kept spitting out its scarlet tongue. It was a 6th grade magical beast, the triangular green scale python. Chu Luyue narrowed his eyes. No wonder this spear was so strange. It was because there was such a thing sealed inside. One had to know that a 6th grade warrior's strength was weaker than a 6th grade magical beast. Even with Xia Lingyang's current strength, it was impossible for him to subdue this triangular green scale python. But for some reason, this magical beast was shrunk in the spear, and Xia Lingyang became the owner of this spear. Naturally, he became the owner of this triangular green scale python. Kill it. Xia Lingyang ordered. The triangular green scale python swung its long tail and swept towards Dumpling. Dumpling's figure flashed and quickly dodged. A cold murderous intent flashed across the triangular green scale python's eyes. It stretched out its head and spat out a cold breath. That cold breath quickly turned into thumb-sized icicles and attacked Dumpling. Everyone saw a red figure jumping around in midair. Tuck tuck tuck. Those icicles were all avoided by Dumpling and fell to the ground. The triangular green-scaled python gradually became impatient and finally pressed down on Tuanzi. Dumpling looked up at the huge creature approaching her. Is it for real? When the two magical beasts began to prepare for battle, Xia Lingyang looked at Chu Luyue again. He overlapped his hands in front of him. Rays of faint blue light gradually intertwined in front of him, forming a strange pattern. The surrounding energy of heaven and earth suddenly converged towards him. A cry of surprise came from the crowd. This is an earth-rank martial skill. Looks like Xia Lingyang really doesn't intend to give Chu Luyue any chance. Not only did he send out the triangular green scale python, he even used a killing move. I'm afraid Chu Luyue is going to lose this time. To be able to force Xia Lingyang to use such a method is enough to prove Chu Luyue's strength. It's a pity. Wait. What is Chu Luyue doing? Whoosh whoosh. A fierce wind suddenly rose. It rolled up the corner of Chu Luyue's clothes. Her black hair flew. His black jade-like eyes were filled with unswerving determination. Facing Xia Lingyang's attack, Chu Luyue's face showed no fear. On the contrary, she stood on the spot with a calm and indifferent expression and raised her right hand. A dot of starlight appeared on her index finger. The starlight was extremely small, but it instantly attracted the surrounding energy of heaven and earth. Chu Luyue is also using an earth-rank martial skill. Gasps could be heard from the crowd. Ah! I remember now. When Chu Luyue first came to West Hill, she seemed to have used this move to defeat that rank 5 warrior. But she was only a rank 3 warrior at that time, and the power of that martial skill was clearly not so strong, that's for sure. Earth-rank martial skills consume a lot of force, and even a rank 6 warrior can only barely use it. Chu Luyue is only at the peak of rank 4 now. How long had it been, and her strength had increased to such a level? Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 635. Surprise flashed across Xia Lingyang's eyes when he saw that Chu Luyue had also triggered such a phenomenon. A peak level 4 could actually use an earth rank martial technique? Using an earth-rank martial technique required too much force. Was Chu Luyuan not worried that she would not be able to withstand it? This thought only flashed through his mind. Xia Lingyang did not think too much about it. He focused again and urged the force in his body to circulate. A faint blue seal gradually condensed in front of him. On the other side, the light on Chu Liyue's fingertip gradually became brighter. The surrounding heaven and earth energy seemed to be attracted by a strong force and rushed over. That ray of light shone on Chu Liyue's porcelain-like face, reflecting her deep and bright eyes as if there were sparks blooming in them. Previously, she did not use the complete Jingshan finger. And this time, it was her first real attempt after comprehending the Jingshan finger. She was also very curious about how powerful the Jingshan finger could be at her current level. Just as the two people on the ground were accumulating power for their ultimate moves, the two demonic beasts in the air were also in a stalemate. It was not accurate to call it a stalemate, because the difference in size between the two figures was too great. Dumpling was only the size of one of the triangular green scale python's eyes. The latter only needed to open its mouth to easily swallow it. Moreover, one was a level 3 while the other was a level 6. Wasn't it obvious which one would win? The triangular green scale python stared at Dumpling in front of it, its eyes filled with anger. Logically speaking, a mere third-rank magical beast should not have been able to dodge his attack. However, this blood ferret's speed seemed to be faster than ordinary blood ferrets, and its reaction was also more agile. It attacked consecutively, but the opponent easily escaped. This made it feel embarrassed. As if feeling its anger, Tuanzi blinked its eyes and suddenly raised its claws, hooking them at Tuanzi. Come on. The triangular green scale python's pupils instantly contracted into an extremely thin line. It instantly opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Dumpling. A strong suction force suddenly erupted. Dumpling was surrounded by a sudden gust of wind. Its body seemed to be pulled away by an invisible force. Soon, it arrived in front of the triangular green-scaled python. His sharp white teeth glowed with a cold luster. At this moment, Dumpling's figure moved, and she actually took the initiative to pounce on the triangular green-scaled python. The triangular green-scaled python was caught off guard. When it tried to stop it, it realized that the blood ferret had already landed on its head. Hiss, hiss, the green triangular python shook its head in an attempt to shake him off. However, Dumpling's claws were so sharp that they cut through the scale right above its head. The green triangular scale python suddenly let out a painful hiss. That was the most important and also the most fragile scale on its body, triangular scale armor. Its body began to twist crazily. Dumpling clung tightly to the broken triangular scale. It refused to come down no matter what. Sensing the increasing pain on its head, the green triangular scale python became anxious. It steeled its heart and directly swung its tail at Dumpling. Dumpling lifted her head and immediately pulled out the triangular scale. The green triangular scale python's body trembled in pain, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. Dumpling retreated without hesitation. Paw! A muffled sound was heard. The green triangular scale python had ruthlessly swung its tail at its own head. In its shock and anger, it had lost control of its strength, and this hit was extremely vicious. Its head, which was already injured, became even worse. Stars appeared in front of its eyes, and it almost fainted. Dumpling was not far away, hovering in the air. Her claws were still holding onto a bloodied scale that was even bigger than her body. There was not a single injury on her body. This scene was truly too strange, to the extent that all the spectators fell silent in unison with strange expressions on their faces. These days, third-grade blood ferrets had become so strong. Dumpling looked disdainfully at the scale in her claws. Although the green triangular scale python was a 6th-grade magical beast, its intelligence was not high. It only had brute force. Sigh, it was really not a challenge. She grabbed the scale with both claws, and under the green triangular scale python's horrified gaze, she twisted it. Crack! That scale instantly broke into 2 halves. The green triangular scale python let out a mournful roar. The scales on its body actually started to fade rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the original green color had already turned into a grayish-white color. Everyone was dumbfounded. Below, Xia Lingyang seemed to have sensed something, and he suddenly looked up. When he saw the green triangular scale python's current appearance, the color on his face instantly faded. How could this be? The green triangular scale python's body writhed in pain in midair. Gradually, that layer of grayish-white scales actually started to peel off its body. It was actually being forced to shed its skin. The most praiseworthy part of the green triangular scale python's body was its tough, armor-like scales. But it had a fatal weakness, and that was the triangular scale on the top of its head. Once it was damaged, the scales on its entire body would be damaged as well, causing it to shed its skin. After shedding its skin, it would need at least a month's time to grow scales as tough as before. In other words, the green triangular scale python had basically lost its ability to fight now. Dumpling flew back to Chu Luiyue, wagging her tail as if asking for credit. Chu Luiyue glanced at it with a smile. This little thing's ability seemed to have improved. Just now, she only gave it a warning, and it attacked so steadily, accurately, and ruthlessly. It did not even give the other party any chance to retaliate. On the opposite side, Xia Lingyang's face turned green. When he saw the green triangular scale python being summoned back, his anger almost gushed out like magma. Chu Luiyue was too much of a bully. He growled, and the blue talisman in front of him silently flew out. 9 soul-capturing talisman. That talisman grew with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it had already expanded to the height of a person. Blue light flickered on it. It was bizarre and variegated. The pressure was heavy. Chu Luiyue's right hand gently pointed forward. Jingshan finger. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 636. With Chu Luiyue as the center, a speck of starlight rapidly bloomed. The space around her seemed to be squeezed by a great force and began to ripple uneasily. On the opposite side, the blue talisman seemed to have sensed the terrifying aura and gradually slowed down. Xia Lingyang's smug smile had not fully formed when it completely froze. His 9 soul-capturing talisman seemed to be afraid of something. Chu Luiyue's red lips moved slightly. Condense. Countless starlight rapidly gathered and condensed into a silver finger with flowing brilliance. Then, the finger approached the 9 soul-capturing talisman at a slow and steady speed. Xia Lingyang gritted his teeth and injected another stream of force. Boom! The forces of both sides finally collided fiercely. Light scattered everywhere. A crack suddenly appeared on the 9 soul-capturing talisman. Then, a blue stream of light was quickly thrown out like a rope. Then, it tightly wrapped around the silver finger. Then, a second one. A third one. A 9th one. On the 9 soul-capturing talisman, 9 black ropes wrapped around each other and tightly bound the finger, and began to tighten continuously. Seeing that the silver finger was completely bound, Xia Lingyang finally heaved a sigh of relief. As long as, bang! One of the ropes suddenly broke. Xia Lingyang's heart jumped again. The finger moved slightly and easily broke free from one of the ropes. Then, a second one. Bang! Bang bang bang! Almost without any pause, the ropes broke one after another. It was as easy as crushing dry weeds. Before Xia Lingyang could react, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as a sheet. In order to use the 9 soul-capturing talisman, he had used up all the force in his body. Now that the talisman was destroyed, he naturally suffered a backlash. It was as if countless sharp arrows were crazily running back and forth in his body, almost smashing his internal organs. As the ropes broke one by one, more and more cracks appeared on the 9 soul-capturing talisman. Bang bang! In the blink of an eye, there was only one rope left out of the 9 ropes. It was on the verge of collapse. On the other hand, Chu Luiyue was calm and unharmed. The difference between the two was obvious. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Chu Luiyue had the upper hand in this battle. My God, not only did Chu Luiyue use an earth-grade martial skill, but it seems to be even stronger than Xia Lingyang's. I think she's bound to win this match. I really didn't expect her to have such a trump card. No wonder she insisted on fighting herself. If Chong Su Cabinet wins this round, both parties can be considered to be on par. Xia Lingyang's actually not weak, he's strong's, but he's as of him. Meeting Chu Luiyue this time was like kicking an iron plate. A rank 6 warrior losing to a peak rank 4 warrior. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, no one would believe it. Zhengz's of him of a person. Xia Lingyang Feng to Yang to the talisman to hims of A of the two to be. The members of the 9-Star Alliance also quietened down, not daring to make a sound. They were afraid that they would provoke the alliance leader and bring trouble to themselves. Xia Lingyang felt uneasy under the gazes of countless people. He inadvertently looked up and saw Zhang Hua looking at him with a cold gaze. He instantly remembered that before he went on stage, Zhang Hua had given him a death order. He could only win, not lose. If he really lost to Chu Luiyue, Xia Lingyang seemed to have thought of something and suddenly shuddered. Then, as if he had finally decided on something, he swallowed the blood in his mouth and fiercely bit his index finger. A dark red bead of blood quickly gushed out. With a flick of his finger, the blood bead quickly flew onto the 9 soul-capturing talisman. It was like a drop of ink suddenly falling into water. The dark blue talisman began to turn blood red at a speed visible to the naked eye. The previous cracks were repaired in the blink of an eye, and the entire talisman became more solid. The thick smell of blood instantly filled the air. At the same time, a terrifying aura seemed to be gushing out from the depths of the talisman. The last remaining rope also turned blood red, and several more ropes spread out from it, once again wrapping around that finger. Silver and blood intertwined and fought crazily. Boom! At this moment, Xia Lingyang's aura suddenly began to skyrocket. Chu Luiyue's eyes narrowed. Something was wrong with Xia Lingyang. That blood bead just now, it wasn't that there were no cultivation methods that could temporarily raise one's cultivation level, but Xia Lingyang's was too strange. It exuded a cold and sinister aura that made people shudder. The wind whistled. Vaguely, there seemed to be wailing and moaning coming from the 9 soul-capturing talisman. Soon, Xia Lingyang's strength rose to the middle of stage 6. For a powerhouse of this level, the difference in strength between each small level was huge. Chu Luiyue was already at a disadvantage because she was fighting above her level. Now that Xia Lingyang had used a special method to raise his level, it was even more disadvantageous for Chu Luiyue. Xia Lingyang's eyes were bloodshot and filled with crazy killing intent. Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat. Soul devouring. Xia Lingyang bellowed. Whoosh! The wind howled, and the 9 soul-capturing talisman suddenly spun. As the talisman spun, the blood-colored rope on it also began to strangle the silver finger. Crack! A crack instantly appeared on the wall. Chu Luiyue's body trembled. Her mouth was filled with a sweet and fishy taste. She swallowed that mouthful of blood. At this moment, half of the finger had already been devoured by the 9 soul-capturing talisman. It was about to disappear completely. A wild smile appeared on Xia Lingyang's face. You've lost. Chu Luiyue gritted her teeth, and a hint of madness flashed across her face. It's not certain who will win yet. Xia Lingyang sneered disdainfully. You're still so stubborn when you're about to die. It's not too late for you to admit defeat now. Otherwise, it'll be useless even if you kneel down and beg me later. Chu Luiyue didn't say anything. The water droplet in her dantian suddenly rippled. She raised her hand, boom. A vast aura surged out. Xia Lingyang's expression suddenly froze. The light on Chu Luiyue's index finger, which was as weak as a candle in the wind, suddenly shone brightly. Then, a star separated from it and gently fell on the finger next to it. Stunned God Palm. Digression, have a meal and continue to update. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 637. The star-like light was bright, sacred, and powerful. It bloomed and spread silently. The half of the finger that was about to disappear suddenly turned into a palm print. Then, the palm print gently fell on the 9 soul-catching talisman. Buzz. A buzzing sound rose into the air. The 9 soul-catching talisman melted quickly like snow in early spring. The liquid in the blood-colored rope quickly evaporated and became dry and weak. Then, it scattered with the wind. Xia Lingyang widened his eyes in horror and looked at the scene in disbelief. How could it be? How could it be? He had used all his strength and even raised his realm to the middle stage of the 6th stage. Why was the 9 soul-catching talisman so vulnerable in front of Chu Luiyue? What was the origin of her martial skill? While he was in shock, the 9 soul-catching talisman completely melted. There was only a faint smell of blood left in the air. Except for the palm print full of sacred and majestic power, there was nothing else. The surrounding energy of heaven and earth seemed to be appeased and gradually calmed down. It was as if nothing had happened. Puff. Xia Lingyang spat out another mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground with an ashen face. The aura on his body weakened rapidly and soon fell back to the early stage of the 6th stage. Gradually, blood seeped out from all parts of his body. It was very scary. Chu Luiyue raised her hand and the palm print disappeared instantly. As the light circulated, black spatial cracks appeared in the surroundings. The nearby space was collapsing under the pressure of the remaining power. After this fierce battle, the force in her body was almost exhausted and her lips were a little pale. But other than that, there was nothing strange about her face. Compared to the extremely miserable Xia Lingyang, she was much better. Chu Luiyue sighed softly. In fact, even she didn't expect the power of the stupefying palm to be so strong. At least it was several times stronger than the stupefying finger. Moreover, she had only cultivated half of the stupefying palm. If she could fully display it, she might be able to move mountains and fill seas. Chu Luiyue suppressed his emotions and looked at Xia Lingyang. The 9 soul subduing talisman had almost exhausted all of his origin power. Moreover, it was very strange that he had sacrificed that blood bead in the end and forcefully raised his cultivation. Perhaps it was because of this that he suffered an even more terrifying backlash. One didn't need to look carefully to realize how miserable his current situation was. His face was pale, and his body was covered in blood. He probably didn't even have the strength to stand up. Chu Luiyue raised his chin and looked at the referee at the edge of the field. So, I've won? At this time, Judge was still immersed in shock. Hearing Chu Luiyue's voice, he finally came back to his senses. His neck was almost stiff as he nodded. Forget it. He paused for a moment, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, Mystic Master Competition Round 9, Chongshu Pavilion's Chu Luiyue wins. Xia Lingyang's vision turned black, and he fainted. Zhang Hua's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. The aura on his body was frighteningly cold. Trash. After using so many methods, he couldn't even defeat Chu Luiyue. A few 9-star Alliance disciples hurriedly went forward and carried Xia Lingyang back. Apart from them, no one dared to respond. As for Chong Su Cabinet, they finally regained their senses after the initial shock. Little junior sister won. Lu Jiao couldn't help but jump up and punch fiercely. He accidentally pulled on his wound again, and the pain made him grimace. Yi Ranran immediately supported him. Senior brother Lu, be careful. Lu Jiao couldn't hide his excitement. What's this small injury? Ranran, did you see that? Little junior sister really won. She defeated Xia Lingyang. Yi Ranran couldn't help but laugh. Of course I saw it. There were so many people present, and they all saw it clearly. Little junior sister, well done. I knew little junior sister could definitely do it. From today onwards, I'm going to cultivate with little junior sister. Don't stop me. How can it be your turn? Line up, line up. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement. The suppressed emotions from before were finally vented. The competition didn't last long, but for some reason, they felt that it was very torturous, as if a long time had passed. Now that Chu Luiyue had won the competition, the joy in their hearts was indescribable. Yu Qisong's tense body finally relaxed, and the tightly clenched fists in his sleeves slowly loosened. As expected, Lu Yu wouldn't disappoint. Chu Luiyue actually won. She seems to be only 15 years old this year. Is she still human? I was wrong. Previously, I thought that the rumors about her winning a few rounds were deliberately exaggerated by someone. I was really wrong. She's really powerful. Chang Wanzhou was already outstanding enough. I didn't expect Chu Luiyue to be even stronger. No wonder she could get first place in the Wanjing competition. Chongshu Pavilion is really lucky to be able to accept these two. All sorts of discussions came from the surroundings. When Chu Luiyue heard it, she didn't take it to heart. She was going to win this competition anyway. In her opinion, this victory was completely natural. Therefore, she didn't stay for long and walked to the other side of the arena. There was still the last celestial physician competition. Seeing Chu Luiyue walk over, the crowd's noise quieted down and they looked at each other. She wasn't joking just now. She was really going to participate in this celestial physician competition. Ning Jiqing, who had been waiting in the arena for a while, frowned when he saw Chu Luiyue standing opposite him. Chu Luiyue, are you sure you want to compete with me now? She had just gone through 2 competitions, and the force in her body should be almost exhausted. If they competed now, it would be unfair to win. Chu Luiyue laughed. Of course, why else would I be here? But why aren't you moving? Didn't I say that you can start first? Such a short time wouldn't affect much. Ning Jiqing's frown deepened and he said coldly, with my strength, I don't need to take advantage of you. I can still beat you. Chu Luiyue looked at him with interest. This Ning Jiqing was also quite arrogant, but he was different from Xie Lingyang's arrogance. He was proud and aloof. Celestial physician cultivators usually thought highly of themselves. However, this wasn't a big problem. This Ning Jiqing had been waiting here all this time, and it seemed that he had some temperament. Sorry for the long wait. Then let's start now. As Chu Luiyue spoke, she took out her medicine cauldron. Ning Jiqing didn't say anything and began to prepare all kinds of herbs. The 2 people on the arena were in the mood for the competition. Everyone watching from the sidelines had different feelings. Because the Chongshu Pavilion and the 9-Star Alliance had just reached a draw. The outcome of this last competition would determine the outcome of the entire competition. It would also determine who was qualified to continue to occupy the position of one of the 4 major sects. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 638. Not long ago, Chongshu Pavilion was still lagging behind. However, after Chu Luiyue and Chang Wanzhou arrived, they quickly caught up and pulled even. Now, as long as they won one more match, Chongshu Pavilion would be able to keep their position. Everyone sighed. Who would have thought that the situation would take such a big turn? Jiaoxing Alliance, who seemed to have victory in their grasp previously, was now in danger. Zhang Hua frowned, and his gaze was like a knife. If looks could kill, Chu Luiyue would have been cut into pieces. However, Chu Luiyue had long been used to all kinds of looks, so she didn't take it to heart at all. If Zhang Hua was so angry now, wouldn't he fly into a rage when this match was over? Chu Luiyue thought silently in her heart. A sneer flashed across the corner of her lips, and she immediately slapped her hand on the medicine cauldron. A crimson flame instantly ignited. Ning Jiqing glanced over and his expression changed slightly. Chu Luiyue could actually continue to refine medicine. How much energy did she have in her body? But no matter what, he had to win this match. Xia Lingyang had already lost just now, and he probably wouldn't have an easy time when he went back. Now, all the pressure was piled on him alone. If he lost, he would only be worse off than Xia Lingyang. Thinking of this, Ning Jiqing pursed his lips and calmed himself down. He methodically put the herbs into the medicine cauldron and began to refine medicine. Time passed extremely slowly. Everyone's attention was on Chu Luiyue and Ning Jiqing. The situation here had already attracted the attention of several other sections. Jian Shai stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Chu Luiyue across the rift valley in the middle, and couldn't help but smack his lips. TSK. This lass really hid her strength well. Look at how skilled she is. And her control of the fire is also good. Her talent is amazing. He didn't suppress his praise at all, so many people around him heard it clearly. Jian Fengqi had a headache and finally couldn't help but ask, "Father, you've been watching them ever since they entered the competition. On the other hand, you didn't watch the match between Dragon Teeth Mountain and Sacred Flame Palace. Which family are you from?" Jian Shai waved his hand indifferently. "What's so interesting about our competition? No matter how you compare, we still win. Besides, the matches between Chang Wanzhou and Chu Luiyue were really exciting. You'll be at a disadvantage if you don't watch." Jian Fengqi was speechless for a moment. He felt that his father had completely fallen and could not be saved. Jian Shai couldn't help but say, "Look. Chu Luiyue's alchemy skills were indeed outstanding. Do you know what level she is at now?" Jian Fengqi glanced at him and said lazily, "A 4th-grade celestial physician, right?" However, she was already able to form pills when she was a 3rd-grade celestial physician, so, her actual level should be higher than this. Yes, just like her previous 2 matches. Even if she fought against someone of a higher level, she still won in the end. Wasn't this strength the reason why she relied on? Jian Shai sighed. Sigh. I guessed so too. Look at her movements. Even a 5th-grade celestial physician might not be able to compare to her. When you were her age, you were far worse than this. Jian Fengqi was speechless. I really don't know what kind of luck old Song has. These 2 actually chose his Chongshu pavilion. Jian Shai said enviously. At first, he wanted Chu Luiyue to come to Dragon Teeth Mountain. On one hand, he liked her talent, but more importantly, it was because of his son. But now, he finally realized how great of a loss this was. One was Chang Wanzhou, the other was Chu Luiyue. It was really enviable. Jian Fengqi said coldly, "You don't plan to watch Snapper's competition?" This sentence finally made Jian Shai react. He quickly looked back. What? It's Snapper's turn. When he looked back, he saw Mu Hongyu flash behind her opponent and quickly throw a punch. Victory. The faint Yuan body did indeed have a strong advantage. Ordinary cultivators could not compare at all. Mu Hongyu won this round easily and smoothly. After the competition, she directly left the arena and walked quickly toward Jian Shai and his son. "Young master. How's the situation on Lu Yu's side?" she asked anxiously as she walked. When Chu Luiyue and Chang Wanzhou went on stage together, she originally wanted to watch the battle. However, it happened to be her turn, so she was delayed. Jian Fengqi briefly explained the situation to her. Mu Hongyu's almond-shaped eyes lit up when she heard it, and her face was full of excitement. "I knew it. I knew she could do it." When Chu Luiyue was in the academy, when had she ever lost? It was the same now. Jian Fengqi's lips curled up slightly, looking lazy and evil. "You have a lot of confidence in her." "Of course." Mu Hongyu took a few more steps forward, wanting to see more clearly. "The 9-Star Alliance is bound to lose against Lu Yu this time." "I've never seen Lu Yu lose to anyone." Jian Shai asked with interest. Snapper, do you know when Chu Lua started to cultivate as a celestial physician? Who is her master? He could ignore everything else, but he really wanted to know this. To be able to have a disciple like Chu Lua, it was enough to show how powerful her master was. After all, the cultivation of a celestial physician required a master's careful guidance to a large extent. Mu Hongyu thought for a moment and said, I think she just passed her 14th birthday. It's been less than a year since then. Her master is the dean of our academy. I heard that Lu Yu was already the dean's student before she entered the academy. It's just that I don't know when that happened. Jian Shai was stunned. You mean, she cultivated as a celestial physician for less than a year? How is that possible? Mu Hongyu thought for a moment and said, I'm not sure if she started cultivating as a celestial physician very early on, but I'm sure that before her 14th birthday, her Yuan meridian was still incomplete. At that time, she definitely didn't cultivate as a warrior. Thinking about it carefully, Chu Lua seemed to have turned from a good-for-nothing to a genius overnight. Jian Shai sucked in a breath of cold air and immediately regretted it. He clutched his heart and said, I should have snatched her from Elder Song back then. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 639. Jian Shai was still regretting it. Chu Lua, on the other hand, was completely unaware of this. She was focused on processing the pills in the cauldron in front of her. She was now a 4th grade celestial physician, while Ning Jiqing was a 5th grade. If she wanted to win this competition, she had to refine a 5th grade pill. Fortunately, she had already made her choice when she went on stage. Moreover, there were indeed sufficient medicinal herbs in her universe ring. Well, speaking of which, she had to thank Rongxiu. If he hadn't given her this universe ring, she might not have been willing to buy so many medicinal herbs at once. She methodically put the medicinal herbs in one by one and divided the flames in the cauldron into several parts to refine them individually. Ning Jiqing was also processing the medicinal herbs at this moment. He took the time to look up at her. When he saw that her cauldron was divided into 5 areas, he was slightly shocked. Generally speaking, only a 5th grade celestial physician could do this. However, Chu Lua seemed to be doing it with ease, as if it was effortless. A trace of doubt flashed across Ning Jiqing's heart. Was she really only a 4th grade celestial physician? Pavilion Master, what kind of pill is little junior sister planning to refine? Lu Jia watched for a while. He only saw Chu Lua continuously throwing medicinal herbs into the cauldron, but he couldn't tell what she was going to do. Yuqi Song stroked his beard and muttered, she's determined to win. Lu Jiao was confused. Yuqi Song glanced at Yi Ranran. Ranran, do you see anything? Yi Ranran thought for a moment and said, it looks like she's going to refine a low-grade 5th grade purple sun pill? Yuqi Song nodded in satisfaction. You guessed right. Yi Ranran's talent as a celestial physician was indeed better than many people. That was why he could guess the results so keenly. Lu Jiao was shocked. A 5th grade pill? Isn't junior sister a 4th grade celestial physician? If she were to concoct a grade 4 pill, she basically has no chance of success. That's why she took the risk and tried to concoct a grade 5 pill. Yuqi Song sighed inwardly. This was the reason why he had said those words earlier. But can junior sister succeed? Although little junior sister was outstanding in all aspects, celestial physician refining medicine was different from the other 2 types of cultivation. In the Xian Master competition, she might be able to rely on luck. In a martial artist competition, they could also fight with their lives on the line. However, a celestial physician could only rely on pure strength. Because the process of refining pills was very complicated, the higher the grade of the pill, the more troublesome it was to refine. Not only did he have to process many medicinal herbs, he also had to pay attention to many minute details. If he was not careful, all his efforts would be wasted. During this process, he could not afford to be distracted for even a moment. Regardless of whether it was the method of refining medicine or the control of the flame, there was an extremely precise requirement. Chu Luiyue, was it really possible for her to forcefully refine a grade 5 medicinal pill? Yi Ranran said in a serious tone. Senior brother Lu, I think Lu you can do it. I think Lu Yu's movements are much more skillful than mine. Actually, this was also what Yuqi Song was thinking. He looked at Chu Luiyue and saw that she clearly had many years of experience in refining medicine. She was very skilled. This was not something that could be explained by talent alone. Perhaps, the teacher she followed in the past was not an ordinary person? Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, it was already evening. The orange-red setting sun was like a blazing fireball, coating the clouds in the sky with a layer of warm color. At this time, Chu Luiyue had finally finished processing the hundreds of medicinal herbs. The next thing to do was to refine the pill. Chu Luiyue held her breath and concentrated, licking her pale and cracked lips. Based on her current strength, it was not that easy to refine a grade 5 medicinal pill. Therefore, she had to be very, very careful. Moreover, with her current strength, she could only refine it once. There would not be a second chance. She carefully fused the medicinal herbs in the cauldron bit by bit. Opposite her, Ning Jiqing noticed Chu Luiyue's movements and could not help but raise his head to take a look. When he saw that the flames in Chu Luiyue's cauldron had gathered together again, he could not help but frown again. Chu Luiyue had actually started to refine the pill before him. He glanced at his cauldron. There were still a few medicinal herbs that had not been processed properly. This was like a resounding slap to his face. He tried his best to control his emotions and kept comforting himself in his heart. Perhaps Chu Luiyue was blindly greedy and neglected many things. The biggest taboo in refining medicine was to be impatient for success. It did not matter if he was a little slower, as long as he was the winner in the end. Thinking of this, he gradually calmed down and quickly finished processing the remaining medicinal herbs. Then, he finally started to refine the pill. Chu Luiyue carefully fused the medicinal herbs. Although she had refined the purple sun pill many times in the past and had memorized the entire process by heart, but when it came to refining pills, she never had 100% confidence. Especially now that her strength was not enough, she had to be more careful. She stared at it and added a green liquid into it. Swish, an ear-piercing sound was suddenly heard. The cyan liquid began to emit white smoke. Not good. This medicinal herb was going to be ruined. More importantly, this was the critical moment of refining the pill. This time, she was afraid that the medicinal herbs next to it would be destroyed as well. Chu Luiyue immediately separated a red flame and wanted to separate the green liquid. As a result, the liquid burned even more fiercely when it touched it. A burning smell wafted in the air. Chu Luiyue's heart sank. Digression, go to sleep tomorrow at noon. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 640. Not good. Lu Yu's green frost fruit is going to be ruined. Yi Ranran exclaimed in a low voice and covered his mouth. His eyes were filled with worry. Most of the senior brothers and sisters around him were also celestial physicians. When they saw this situation, they naturally understood what it meant. Their faces were filled with worry. Lu Xiao couldn't help but say, could it be that junior sister is too anxious? If this medicine was ruined, it was very likely that it would lead to the failure of the entire pill formation. Yuqi Song's brows were tightly knitted. He clearly saw that Chu Luiyue had failed because of a moment of carelessness. The green frost fruit was cold in nature. It couldn't be refined with flames that were too hot. The requirements for the fire were extremely high. Sometimes, even a real 5th-grade celestial physician might not be able to do it perfectly. In the beginning, Chu Luiyue was doing well. Just now, she lost control for a moment and ended up like this. The 2 previous matches had indeed consumed too much of her force and energy. Now that she was trying to refine a pill, it was already extremely difficult. However, she still wanted to refine a 5th-grade pill that exceeded her own realm. It was already very difficult for her to hold on until now. I don't know if she'll be able to handle this crisis. The smell of burning spread. Ning Jiqing's heart skipped a beat as he looked up. The smell was coming from Chu Liuyue's medicine cauldron. He narrowed his eyes. It seemed that there was a problem with the green frost fruit. A 4th-grade celestial physician trying to refine a 5th-grade pill was already reckless, let alone the rather complicated purple sun pill. The purple sun pill was a low-grade 5th-grade pill. The herbs it needed were not many among the 5th-grade pills. Moreover, the refining time was relatively short. In other words, it consumed very little force. The previous 2 matches had already consumed a lot of Chu Liuyue's energy. It was reasonable that she would choose the purple sun pill. However, she might have forgotten one thing: several of the herbs in the purple sun pill were extremely difficult to process. In order to refine the pill, one must have a sufficient understanding of these herbs and be skilled and precise in refining them. Otherwise, it would only end up as ashes. Ning Jiqing's lips curled into a mocking smile. With such a temperament, she would not be able to go far on the path of becoming a celestial physician. Chu Liuyue's match was probably going to end here. Chu Liyue looked at the green liquid in the cauldron. Because of the high temperature, the edges of the juice had begun to show a dark gray color. Even if he could continue to form the pill, the final medicinal effect would be greatly reduced. Chu Liuyue's expression was calm as he lowered the temperature of the flame again. At the same time, he separated the green liquid from the other medicinal ingredients. However, a small portion of the azure frost fruit's juice had already merged into the other medicinal ingredients that were waiting to form the pill. This charred lump was obviously no longer usable. Chu Liyue simply poured out all the black juice and threw in another green frost fruit. Seeing her actions, the onlookers were all shocked. Is Chu Liyue crazy? She actually wants to refine another green frost fruit? But the previous lump has already been burned. It definitely can't be used, but didn't a portion of the azure frost fruit's juice already merge with the other medicinal ingredients and start to form the pill? Even if Chu Liyue can refine another pill now, can she guarantee that it will be the same as the previous one? You have to know that the azure frost fruit is extremely delicate. If the temperature is wrong, the time is wrong, the medicinal effect will be very different. 2 azure frost fruits. If she refined them together, it would be fine. But now that she's refining them separately, I'm afraid that the medicinal effect of the final pill won't be as pure. Those who had a little understanding of celestial physician disagreed with Chu Liyue's actions. In their opinion, Chu Liyue's half of the pill had already been destroyed and there was no way to make up for it. If she were to start over now, there would be more hope for her to refine a perfect purple sun pill. But obviously, she did not have the energy. Liu actually wants to refine the azure frost fruit again. Yi Ranran's eyes were fixed on the situation on the field. His hands were clasped in front of him as if he was praying for something. Suddenly, her expression froze and her eyes widened in shock. No, no. Lu Xiao hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Yi Ranran pointed at Chu Liyue on the field and stammered, "Lu Yu. Lu Yu wants to remove the portion of the azure frost fruit's juice that has already merged with the other medicinal ingredients." Lu Xiao was instantly stunned. What? Although his talent as a celestial physician wasn't as good as Yi Ranran's, he still understood what Yi Ranran meant. He immediately took a step forward and carefully looked at Chu Liyue's medicinal cauldron. Within the burning crimson flames, many medicinal ingredients had already fused and formed a fist-sized ball. Taking a closer look, there was actually a flame that was flowing along the ball. Wherever the flame passed, drops of green juice would seep out of the ball and quickly evaporate. Lu Xiao was filled with shock. That was really the juice of the azure frost fruit. Chu Liyue actually wanted to forcefully remove it from the half-formed pill. "Little junior sister, are you crazy?" Lu Xiao swallowed the last few words with great difficulty. However, this sentence was already written all over his face. This was the first time Yi Ranran had seen such a situation. He couldn't help but look at Yuchi Song for help. Pavilion Master, Lu Yu is. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Yuchi Song's expression in a daze as if he had lost his mind. It was extremely difficult to separate the medicinal ingredients that had already merged with the half-formed pill. This was more than 10 times more difficult than processing the medicinal ingredients. This was because a portion of the medicinal strength had already begun to merge. In order to completely remove it, one had to control the flame at an absolutely exquisite temperature so that medicinal ingredient could be separated alone and not affect the medicinal strength of the other medicinal ingredients. This was like skinning the skin and scraping the bones. There was no room for error. In fact, most celestial physicians might not be able to do this even if they refined the same pill hundreds or even thousands of times. Only the true top geniuses, who had a natural talent for medicinal herbs and refining medicine, could do so. Chu Luiyue was now refining a 5th-grade pill as a 4th-grade celestial physician. It was already very difficult, but she was actually so bold as to dare to do it so directly. Even Yuchi Song felt that this was simply too crazy. He was also a celestial physician and had cultivated for many years. However, he knew that when he was Chu Liuyue's age, he definitely didn't have the courage to do so. Although Ning Jiqing's level was higher, he might not be able to do it better than Chu Luiyue. This was a genuine talent. There might not even be 1 in 1,000 celestial physicians. He had seen so many celestial physicians in his life, but only 2 people had such ability. One was his martial uncle. The other was half his disciple. Shengguan Yu. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 641. Chu Luiyue was doing 2 things at once. While refining the new green frost fruit, she was also removing the green frost fruit from the half-completed pill. The first part was still manageable, but the latter part was a meticulous job. Her eyes were fixed on it without blinking. She was highly focused, and fine beads of sweat kept appearing on her forehead. Her back was already drenched in cold sweat. Ning Jiqing didn't notice at first, but when he heard the noise around him, he realized that something was wrong. He was distracted and listened to a few words, but they were all about Chu Luiyue. Bang! He slapped his palms on the medicine cauldron, and the vigorous force poured into it again, and the flames rose. A pill was gradually condensing and taking shape. He heaved a sigh of relief, and only then did he look up at Chu Luiyue. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Chu Luiyue. What was she doing? He was also a talented celestial physician, so even if he only took a quick glance from a distance, he could still sense that something was wrong. His hands on the medicine cauldron trembled slightly, and huge waves were set off in his heart. Chu Luiyue actually wanted to remove the green frost fruit that had already been integrated. How much confidence did she have to dare to do this? Boom! A ball of flames suddenly went out of control. Ning Jiqing was shocked and took half a step back. Only then did he realize that his distraction had caused the flames in the medicine cauldron to go berserk. He quickly retracted his thoughts and tried his best to control the flames. Fortunately, his actions weren't slow, so it didn't cause too much damage. The pill was still in the flames, and on the surface, it didn't seem to have any effect. However, Ning Jiqing's heart sank. During the pill formation process, such an unforeseen event was taboo. That momentary loss of control just now would definitely reduce the medicinal efficacy of this medicinal pill by quite a bit. Everything was fine at first. Ning Jiqing's expression became serious. He knew that he couldn't continue to be distracted. Otherwise, this pill might not be able to be formed. He took a deep breath, and stared at the pill that was shrinking in the flames, and carefully adjusted it. However, not long after, the scene that he had just seen flashed through his mind again. Chu Liuyue's face was pale and his whole body was drenched in sweat. It was obvious that he was exhausted. However, her movements were smooth and natural, as if she was not affected at all. More importantly, she was indeed precisely removing the azure frost fruit juice from the pill. Although he had only taken a glance just now, he could clearly see that the pill's shape was perfect, and its color was even richer and purer. Chu Luiyue was clearly about to succeed. Chi! Right at this moment, another sound resounded from the other side. Ning Jiqing couldn't help but look up. He saw Chu Luiyue burning the last drop of green frost fruit from the pill. At the same time, he slowly poured in the green juice that he had just refined. The pill spun slowly and quickly turned a jade green color. This time, the azure frost fruit had actually fused perfectly. Chu Luiyue did not dare to relax. He controlled the strength of the flame and carefully allowed the medicinal herbs to completely fuse. Following that, a thick medicinal fragrance suddenly pervaded the air. Chu Luiyue was overjoyed. It's done. The fragrance quickly spread in all directions. At the same time, an invisible wave erupted from the medicine cauldron. Buzz! The medicine cauldron vibrated. A clear and bright purple pattern slowly appeared on the surface of the green elixir. This movement, is Chu Luiyue about to succeed? Someone in the quiet crowd suddenly spoke. The pill has already been formed, the medicinal fragrance is so rich. It must be done. Looks like it's really a 5th-grade pill. How did he do it just now? How come I've never heard that a pill that has already been fused can be separated again? Everyone spoke one after another. All of their words drilled into Ning Jiqing's ears. It was as if a bottle of mixed feelings had been knocked over in his heart. His mood was very complicated, and there was also a trace of panic and fear. With this chaos, another wave of fluctuation appeared in the flame in his medicine cauldron. He quickly retracted his gaze and stabilized it again. Suddenly, his gaze fixed, there seemed to be a crack on the pill. He carefully looked at it again to confirm that his eyes were not playing tricks on him. There was indeed a crack on the pill. Ning Jiqing's heart was in a mess, and his mind was blank. The purple sun pill that Chu Luiyue refined was a 5th-grade low-grade pill. The spirit-melting pill that he refined was also a 5th-grade low-grade pill. Now that Chu Luiyue had successfully reached the last step, from the rich medicinal fragrance, it must be perfect. However, a crack had appeared on his pill. In a hurry, he immediately fused the remaining medicinal herbs into it. At the same time, he crazily urged the flame to burn, trying to complete the crack. Buzz! An even louder vibration came from Chu Luiyue's medicine cauldron. Ning Jiqing clenched his teeth and madly poured his force into it again. The crack finally gradually healed. Soon after, a medicinal fragrance also spread out from his thawing spirit pill. Ning Jiqing's pill has also been refined. What kind of pill is that? Why does the smell seem to be slightly worse than Chu Luiyue's? It should be because he has just refined the pill, right? He is a genuine 5th-grade celestial physician. How can the pill refined by him be inferior to Chu Luiyue, a 4th-grade celestial physician? Ning Jiqing's heart seemed to be blocked by something, and it was extremely uncomfortable. Then, as if he was venting his anger, a stream of force gushed out from his palm and hit the medicine cauldron. Buzz! An even bigger wave surged out in all directions. Look! This movement is obviously bigger than Chu Luiyue's. I think Ning Jiqing will definitely win this time. I don't think so. Chu Luiyue's move just now was really amazing. Bang! Chu Luiyue clapped her hands lightly, and the purple sun pill flew into the jade box that she had already placed beside her. Click! The jade box was sealed. However, the air was still filled with the medicinal fragrance that lingered for a long time. Almost at the same time, Ning Jiqing also finished up and put the pill into his own jade box. Chu Luiyue's vision turned black. She could only support the medicine cauldron with one hand and let out a long breath. She closed her eyes and calmed down for a while. In order to refine this pill, she had really exhausted all her strength. At this moment, she did not have any strength left. On the other hand, although Ning Jiqing's expression did not look right, overall, he looked much better than Chu Luiyue. Jianghu closed his eyes and finally felt relieved. The corner of his mouth could not help but reveal a smug smile. Even if Chu Luiyue had also refined a 5th grade pill, with such a big accident in the middle, the product would definitely not be good. Ning Jiqing's pill would definitely be better than hers. This time, she would definitely win. Since both of them have refined their pills, let's decide the winner immediately. Chu Luiyue finished first, let's start with her. He could not wait to see the disappointed looks on the faces of those people in the Chongshu pavilion. Chu Luiyue looked at him with a faint smile. Sure. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 642. The judge walked to the center of the arena. Chu Luiyue stepped forward and handed over the jade box in his hand. The judge opened the box. A strong and fresh medicinal fragrance assailed his nose. His eyes lit up and he picked up the pill. On the round and glossy green pill, there were 5 clear and bright purple lines. The color of the 5th line was much lighter than the previous 4 lines, but the lines were smooth, clean, and pure. It was also of excellent quality. This is indeed a 5th grade pill. The judge said affirmatively, looking at Chu Luiyue with a hint of admiration. Although it's a low-grade pill, the fragrance is pure and the color is pure. Very good, very good. He said very good twice, showing his recognition of Chu Luiyue's strength. The smile on Zhang Hua's face gradually stiffened. What did he mean? Chu Luiyue's pill seemed to be pretty good. The mess in the middle didn't affect the pill. Chu Luiyue respectfully thanked the judge. The judge glanced at Yuqi Song and smiled. Old Song, you're lucky to have such an outstanding disciple. He was also a celestial physician, so he naturally understood how rare Chu Luiyue's talent was. He heard that Chu Luiyue had chosen the Chongshu pavilion herself. He had easily taken in a good seedling that others couldn't even ask for. It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. Yuqi Song smiled and cupped his hands, finally feeling relieved. When Chu Luiyue refined the purple sun pill, he was surprised and happy, but he didn't dare to be sure. Now, it seemed that the twists and turns in the middle were just scares without danger. Everything was progressing very smoothly. Chu Luiyue had indeed successfully refined the purple sun pill. And it looked very perfect. Then, the judge looked at Ning Jiqing. Ning Jiqing stood in the same place, holding the jade box tightly with both hands. His eyes were empty, and no one knew what he was thinking. Ning Jiqing? The judge called. Only then did Ning Jiqing regain his senses. He held his breath nervously and walked forward with stiff steps. Those who could become the judges of the great sect competition were all top experts of the Tianling dynasty. This person was no exception. I wonder if he'll notice anything. This was his first time doing something like this, so he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. After a few steps, his forehead was already covered in sweat, and his face was a little pale. When he handed the jade box over, his fingers were trembling slightly. This is the thawing spirit pill that I refined. Please examine it. Judge glanced at him. Are you all right? Ning Jiqing shook his head and forced a smile. Junior is fine. Chu Luiyue was standing at the side. Although Ning Jiqing said that he was fine, his eyes were staring at the jade box, as if he was worried about something. Chu Luiyue followed his line of sight and looked over thoughtfully. The judge had already opened the box and took out the thawing spirit pill. It was a blue pill with 5 red veined patterns on it. Just like Chu Luiyue, the 5th pattern on his pill was obviously fainter than the previous ones. The judge examined it carefully. Ning Jiqing's entire body tensed up, and he was extremely tormented. This thawing spirit pill is also a 5th grade pill. Down. The judge looked hesitant, but in the end, he could only smile helplessly. These 2 pills are of the same grade, and they were both refined very successfully. It's really difficult to tell who's better. So, this round is a draw. Ning Jiqing's heart relaxed, and his back was immediately drenched in cold sweat, as if he had come back to life. A draw. A draw is good too. It's better than losing. He didn't want to face the same outcome as Xie Lingyang. Everyone else was stunned as well. It's actually a draw? Both sides have been fighting fiercely for so long, but in the end, it's a draw? What kind of result is this? The Chongshu Pavilion and the Nine-Star Alliance can't be the four major sects, right? This is impossible. A voice filled with anger was heard. Chu Luiyue turned around to look. Zhang Hua was walking over with an agitated expression. This is impossible. Chu Luiyue is a 4th-grade celestial physician, and Ning Jiqing is a 5th grade. He's a grade higher than her. How can the two of them refine pills of the same grade? The judge's expression was slightly cold. Are you questioning my judgment? Zhang Hua choked. No matter how presumptuous he was, he couldn't do something like contradicting the judge in public. But this draw, he absolutely couldn't accept it. There must be something wrong with Chu Luiyue's pill. He pointed the spearhead at Chu Luiyue. When she was refining the pill just now, she once ruined a medicinal ingredient. Everyone at the scene saw it clearly. Ordinary people wouldn't even be able to complete the pill, let alone refine a high-grade pill. After hearing this, the judge only felt that it was very laughable. Zhang Hua wasn't a celestial physician, so he said such ignorant words. You're wrong. It's precisely because Chu Luiyue made a mistake in the middle that she was able to successfully refine the pill in the end that it proves her talent and strength. Given a little more time, it wouldn't be a problem for her to completely surpass Ning Jiqing. But Zhang Hua still refused to believe it. He didn't dare to go against the judge directly, so he looked at Chu Luiyue and coldly questioned, Chu Luiyue, if you really have a clear conscience, do you dare to take out the pill and carefully examine it again? Zhang Hua. Don't you dare make irresponsible remarks and slander her. Yuqi Song also walked over with a sullen expression. The result of the competition is out, who are you questioning? Zhang Hua sneered, if there's nothing wrong with her, what's there to be afraid of? If she doesn't dare, it proves that she's guilty. This draw, she doesn't deserve it. Who says I don't dare? Chu Luiyue took a step forward and gave Yuqi Song a comforting look. She smiled and looked at Ning Jiqing. However, if my pill needs to be re-examined, for the sake of fairness, Ning Jiqing's has to be included. The last trace of blood on Ning Jiqing's face faded in an instant. Digression. At 7 p.m., a wave of mobile users. Please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 643. No. He blurted out and was about to refuse. But Zhang Hua had already agreed. Let's do it together. When we find out that there's something wrong with your pill, we'll determine that you've lost this match. Chu Luiyue looked at Ning Jiqing meaningfully and nodded with a smile. Okay. Then. What if we find out that there's something wrong with Ning Jiqing's pill? Should we also determine that you've lost? Zhang Hua sneered. There's definitely nothing wrong with his pill. Ning Jiqing was a recognized celestial physician genius. He had been a member of the Nine-Star Alliance for 3 years. Everyone was well aware of his strength. If Zhang Hua didn't have enough confidence in him, he wouldn't have let him go last. Hearing this, Ning Jiqing's face turned even paler. His body suddenly swayed and he almost fell to the ground. Judge asked. Ning Jiqing, what's wrong with you? If you're not feeling well, go and rest first. Chu Luiyue smiled. Yes. Anyway, this pill will be checked again. We don't need to worry about the process. Ning Jiqing shook his head and finally gathered his courage. He whispered to Zhang Hua. Leader, I think there shouldn't be anything wrong with Chu Luiyue's pill. Why don't we just forget about it? What are you talking about? Zhang Hua looked at him disapprovingly. You're actually speaking up for Chu Luiyue? Do you still remember that you're a disciple of the Nine-Star Alliance? This time, we have to investigate. A tie, absolutely impossible. Besides, if you weren't so incompetent, why would there be so much trouble? Ning Jiqing was reprimanded, and his face turned red and white. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. If they really investigated thoroughly, he didn't know if there was anything wrong with Chu Liuyue's pill, but his trick would definitely be discovered. Leader, if it's a tie. If it's a tie, why don't we have another match? I think there's really no need to investigate this. I believe in Senior's judgment. He tried to use judge to persuade Zhang Hua. But now that Zhang Hua had made up his mind, how could he possibly listen to him? Instead, it was Ning Jiqing's repeated dissuasion that made him somewhat suspicious of him. Under Zhang Hua's stern gaze, Ning Jiqing's heart gradually sank to the bottom. He lowered his head and clenched his fists tightly in his sleeves. Right now, he could only hope that his pills wouldn't be found out. Yuqi Song looked at Chu Luyue with heartache. Luyu, are you tired? Why don't you go to the side and rest first? Chu Luyue raised his eyebrows and smiled. Thank you, master, but this examination won't take too long. I want to see it with my own eyes. The judge held the two pills in his hands. In his left hand was Chu Liuyue's Xiang pill, while in his right hand was Ning Jiqing's Rongling pill. He first took out Chu Liuyue's pill, and carefully examined it again. Then, he brought it to his nose and sniffed it. Tap! He snapped his fingers, and an orange flame instantly appeared on his fingertips. The flames quickly spread and soon enveloped his entire palm. At the same time, it also swallowed the Xiang pill. A moment later, the 5 lines on the Xiang pill suddenly moved. It was like ripples on a calm lake, neat and regular. He withdrew the flame, and the lines on the Xiang pill shook slightly and settled down again. There's nothing wrong with this Xiang pill, the judge said with certainty. Zhang Hua opened his mouth, and there was still a trace of doubt and disbelief in his eyes. But when the judge examined it just now, he also saw it clearly. Although he was not a celestial physician, he also knew that the purer the medicinal power of the pill, the better the effect of the pill. When burned with fire, the lines on the pill would surge more neatly. There was absolutely no way to fake this. Therefore, this also proved that Chu Liuyue's pill was indeed a real 5th-grade pill. Zhang Hua frowned and glanced at Chu Liyue. Could it be that he was hiding his strength? Yuqi Song stepped forward and stared at Zhang Hua with a gaze as sharp as a knife. What do you have to say now? As the leader of the 9-Star Alliance, you slandered a disciple of the Chongshu Pavilion for no reason. Zhang Hua, shouldn't you apologize? Zhang Hua was very embarrassed. You want me to apologize to Chu Liyue? Dream on. I just raised a reasonable doubt. I didn't really do anything. Besides, hasn't everything been confirmed? Elder Song, you are the pavilion master of the Chongshu Pavilion. You are a respected senior. Why do you have to make such a fuss and be so unforgiving? Yuqi Song was so angry that he laughed. I'm unforgiving? Weren't you the one who started this matter? Everyone here can see clearly what's right and what's wrong. Besides, Lu Yu is my disciple. How dare you bully him in front of me? If I let it go, people will think that the Chongshu Pavilion is easy to bully and that anyone can behave atrociously on our heads. Since the accident that happened more than a year ago in the Chongshu Pavilion, Yuqi Song had been enduring and rarely had such a big conflict with others. His attitude today was so tough that it was obvious that he was serious. Under Wei Qi Song's cold stare, Zhang Hua's imposing manner was inexplicably reduced. He coughed and said, "Let's just say that I misunderstood." Without waiting for Yuqi Song to speak, he continued, "But the more important problem now is that this match is a draw, which means that the winner has not been decided between our 2 sections. I think it's time for another match." Today's match was related to the position of the 4 major sections. How could it end in a draw? Zhang Hua was full of confidence. In any case, the 9-Star Alliance still had a trump card. As for the Chongshu Pavilion, Chang Wanzhou and Chu Liyue had already gone on stage. Especially Chu Luiyue, it was impossible for him to participate in any other competition. The Chongshu Pavilion didn't have any disciples that could be sent out. With another match, the 9-Star Alliance would definitely win, whether it was a martial artist, Xian master, or celestial physician. Wait a minute. Chu Luiyue suddenly spoke and raised his chin with a faint smile. We haven't checked Ning Jiqing's pills yet. President Zhang, you don't have to be so anxious. It won't be too late to talk about this when the results are out. Zhang Hua sneered. There's definitely no problem with his pills. There's no point in you guys stalling for time. Chu Luiyue smiled without saying anything and looked at the judge. Ning Jiqing didn't say a word. He stood there stiffly and avoided eye contact. The judge returned the purple sun pill to Chu Luiyue and began to check Ning Jiqing's thawing spirit pill. He looked around and sniffed it again. It was the same as before. There was no problem. Then, he summoned the orange-red flame in his palm again. The thawing spirit pill was immediately enveloped by the flame. Soon, the patterns on it began to fluctuate. The first few flashes were normal, but the fifth one was slightly slower. Although it was only a moment, it was very obvious because the patterns were fluctuating in different directions. Zhang Hua's expression suddenly froze. The judge's brows also suddenly furrowed. If this was the case, he moved his fingertips, and the flames suddenly burned more fiercely than before. The 5 patterns on it were even more chaotic. Then, crack! The thawing spirit pill suddenly exploded. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 644. The commotion immediately attracted everyone's attention. Almost everyone around looked over. Some of the people who were standing further away even tiptoed and stuck their heads out to look. What's wrong? What's wrong? What was that sound just now? It seems like Ning Jiqing's pill exploded. What does that mean? What else could it mean? There's something wrong with his pill. There must be something wrong during the refining process, causing the pill's medicinal power to be mottled. That's why it exploded in such a situation. Did you see that? There's a big crack on the pill. Haha. I didn't expect that the one with the problem wasn't Chu Luiyue, but Ning Jiqing. This time, the 9-Star Alliance has shot themselves in the foot. Originally, they could have gotten a draw, but now it's like this. Isn't this a sure loss? Noises of discussion could be heard from all directions. The 9-Star Alliance members were all stunned. Zhang Hua was also stunned. Ning Jiqing's face was pale, and he closed his eyes in despair. Sure enough. He still couldn't avoid it. There's something wrong with this pill. Judge withdrew the flame. The soul-thawing pill lay quietly in his palm. A clear crack could be seen on it, and the edge of the crack seemed to be slightly charred. This pill couldn't withstand a single blow, and it didn't last long under his inspection before it was reduced to this state. There should have been a problem with your pill long ago. You forced the last few herbs into it and tried to cover up the mistake, right? Judge's expression was serious as he asked in a deep voice. Ning Jiqing's lips trembled. He didn't dare to say yes or no. Seeing this, what else did the crowd not understand? He had been guilty for a long time. No wonder he kept dissuading Zhang Hua. It turned out that he wanted to avoid exposing himself. Unfortunately, Zhang Hua was determined to trample on Chongshu Pavilion. He was so stubborn that he didn't even listen to half a word. In the end, they pushed themselves into the water. Looking at the damaged pill in his hand, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. If it was really because of his mistake that the outcome of this match was mixed up, then he would really be ashamed and wouldn't know how to face the crowd. He didn't notice it the first time because he wasn't meticulous enough and Ning Jiqing's disguise was too good. Now that he thought about it, he really blushed in shame. Thinking of this, he apologized to Yuqi Song and Chu Luiyue. I'm really sorry. I almost misjudged and caused you to miss out on victory. Chu Luiyue smiled faintly. You're too polite. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have known that things would turn out this way. Many thanks to you. The judge looked at Zhang Hua and said ambiguously, if you want to thank someone, you should thank Alliance Master Zhang. If it wasn't for his insistence on a new inspection, I wouldn't have discovered these problems. I was almost fooled by them. These words were like a stick that fiercely hit Zhang Hua's head. His vision went black, and his body swayed. He almost lost his balance. He had seen the scene just now clearly, and he had also heard what they had said clearly. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, and it was wildly reverberating. There was something wrong with Ning Jiqing's pill. Ning Jiqing had lost. The 9-Star Alliance had lost. The position of the 4 major sects still belonged to the Chongshu Pavilion. All their previous efforts had been in vain. He abruptly turned around and kicked Ning Jiqing out. Look at what you've done. Accompanied by the crisp sound of bones breaking, Ning Jiqing fell heavily to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Alliance Master. I know my mistake. Zhang Hua still hadn't vented his anger. He quickly stepped forward, grabbed Ning Jiqing's collar, and lifted him up. What's the use of knowing your mistake? Ning Jiqing, I think you're tired of living. Bang! Ning Jiqing was thrown to the ground again. He was in so much pain that he couldn't stand up. The judge finally opened his mouth and said indifferently, Alliance Master Zhang, what are you doing? He tried to hide the fact that there was something wrong with his pill and tried to get away with it. However, he's still a disciple of the 9-Star Alliance. It doesn't seem appropriate for you to be so ruthless, does it? Zhang Hua's chest heaved violently. Inappropriate? He even had the urge to kill Ning Jiqing now. He took a deep breath and suppressed the flames of anger in his heart. Hurry up and take him away. What a disgrace. Immediately, 2 people rushed up and carried Ning Jiqing away. The onlookers looked at each other. Although Ning Jiqing was in the wrong, Zhang Hua doing so was also a little too heartless. No matter what, he was still one of the outstanding disciples of the 9-Star Alliance. Today, he lost to Chu Luyue by accident, and he was treated like this. It was clear that Zhang Hua was selfish and ruthless. If such a sect really became one of the 4 major sects, it wouldn't be a good thing. The judge looked around and said in a low voice, the 9th Celestial Physician Competition, Chu Luyue wins. At the same time, after combining all 27 matches, the Chongshu Pavilion is the winner. The 9-Star Alliance has failed the challenge, and the Chongshu Pavilion continues to occupy the position of one of the 4 major sects. He cupped his hands at Yuqi Song and smiled. Congratulations, old Song. Yuqi Song returned the greeting, but she was still in a dream. We won just like that. Our position was saved. That's great. Lu Xiao and the others reacted for a moment and immediately shouted in joy and excitement. Little junior sister. You're amazing. Everyone ran over and surrounded Chu Luyue and Yuqi Song with big smiles on their faces. Little junior sister won. We won. Ha ha ha. Previously, someone said that our Chongshu Pavilion couldn't take it anymore and wanted to replace it. In the end, didn't we still lose? That's right. If you don't have the ability, don't think so much. Otherwise, you'll only become a laughing stock. Tisk, if I were from the 9-Star Alliance, I really wouldn't have the face to continue staying here. My face really hurts. It was lively here, but the 9-Star Alliance's side was miserable. It was completely different from the arrogance and presumptuousness they had when they came. Who would have thought that things would develop like this? It had been fine all along. In the end, the Chongshu Pavilion actually won the last 4 matches. They turned defeat into victory. In fact, 3 of the matches were won by Chu Luyue alone. What a monster. The commotion here also attracted the attention of the other major sections. When they found out that the Chongshu Pavilion relied on Chang Wanzhou and Chu Luyue to turn the tide and finally retain their position, everyone had different reactions. Looks like Chu Luiyue didn't win first place in the Wanjing competition by luck. I don't know what kind of luck the Chongshu Pavilion had to be able to come back from the dead. The Nine-Star Alliance's efforts were in vain. With these two seedlings, the Chongshu Pavilion will have a lot to look forward to in the future. Digression, let's continue after dinner. There are still 2 updates today, so everyone can watch them together later. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 645. Alliance Master, what should we do now? The atmosphere on the Nine-Star Alliance's side was tense. Almost no one dared to speak. Only an old man mustered up the courage to step forward and speak carefully. Jianghu clenched his teeth. They had already lost. What else could they do? If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have made such an unnecessary move. They would have restarted the match. But there was no medicine for regret in this world. Let's go. He waved his sleeves fiercely, turned around, and left quickly. The Nine-Star Alliance hurriedly followed, leaving dejectedly under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes. After leaving the crowd, Jianghu turned around to look. Chu Luiyue raised her head as if she sensed something and raised her eyebrows slightly. Jianghu said hatefully. Chu Luiyue, just you wait. You won't be so smug every time. Chu Luiyue smiled faintly, her eyes curved. It's always good to be smug. It's better than being disappointed every time. Jianghu was so choked that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Wrapped in anger, he quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Before long, the Nine-Star Alliance members had all left Square Ravine. Only countless sighs from the crowd were left. The matches of the other 3 groups also ended one after another. Unsurprisingly, the winners were still the same few groups. After going around in circles, the positions of the 4 major sects were still occupied by the same 4 groups. However, the 3 groups from Holy Flame Palace who lost the match weren't as flustered and exasperated as the Nine-Star Alliance. They had long known that with the foundation and strength of their own sects, there was no way they could be compared to those from Dragon Teeth Mountain. It was normal for them to lose. And the Chongshu Pavilion, which they had thought was bound to lose, actually turned the tables at the last moment and stabilized its position. This was very surprising to them. At the same time, they also felt somewhat fortunate. Even the Nine-Star Alliance lost, let alone them. Fortunately, they weren't the ones competing against the Chongshu Pavilion today. Otherwise, they would really be as humiliated as the Nine-Star Alliance. But this also gave them a warning. The current Chongshu Pavilion seemed to be an empty shell, but in fact, they couldn't underestimate it. A lean camel is still bigger than a horse. With the painful lesson of the Nine-Star Alliance, it was better for them to behave themselves. The great sect meeting ended just like that. The news quickly spread throughout Xiling City. Among them, what happened between the Chongshu Pavilion and the Nine-Star Alliance was a hot topic. In particular, the news of Chang Wanzhou defeating his opponent in 2 moves and Chu Luiyue fighting 3 matches in a row and turning the tide of the battle spread like wildfire. Those who had previously thought that Chu Luiyue had won first place in the Wanjing competition by luck had also changed their views. Chu Luiyue was already quite famous in West Hill, and now he was even more famous. For a moment, the limelight was unparalleled. In the palace, Huayang Hall. 2 palace maids were standing under an osmanthus tree, whispering to each other. Hey, do you think that Chu Luiyue is really that powerful? How can he win 3 matches in a row if he's not powerful? To a large extent, the Chongshu Pavilion was able to maintain its position as one of the 4 major sects because of him. Didn't they say that he came from an ordinary background and his cultivation base wasn't high? Who knows if he's hiding his cultivation base? Even if he isn't, he's indeed very powerful. When she had just arrived, she had already defeated a rank 5 warrior as a rank 3 warrior, and more than once. Also, how long has he been in West Hill? Less than 2 months, right? He broke through from a rank 3 warrior to the peak of rank 4. This speed. I really can't be envious. That's true, not to mention 3 cultivators, all of them are very outstanding. There aren't many all-rounders like him in West Hill. Back then, Her Highness was also like this. Shoo, are you courting death? How dare you mention that person? Be careful not to let the third princess hear. One of the palace maids hurriedly patted the other woman's arm and said anxiously. The woman who was hit hugged her arm in pain and said disapprovingly, the third princess went to Qingfeng Hall today and won't be back for 2 hours. What are you talking about? A faint but cold female voice suddenly came from behind the two of them. The 2 women hurriedly turned around and immediately knelt down in horror when they saw who it was. Long live the third princess. Shang Wanwan was dressed in a gorgeous palace dress. Her hair was combed and her makeup was exquisite. Her posture was noble. Chan Yi was standing by the side supporting her. Just now, I seem to have heard that you were talking about my eldest sister? Shang Wanwan's gaze swept across their faces as she asked indifferently. This servant knows his mistake. Third princess, please forgive us this time. The 2 palace maids kept kowtowing and admitting their mistakes. Their foreheads smashed heavily on the stone road, and soon, blood was seen. Shang Wanwan lowered her eyes and looked at her freshly dyed nail polish without any expression on her face. It's a serious crime to talk about a master in private. Furthermore, you're talking about my eldest sister, so your crime is even more unforgivable. Chan Yi, this servant is here. Chase them out of the palace and forbid them from entering again. Yes. The 2 palace maids were greatly alarmed by these words. They cried as they begged. Third princess, we truly know our mistake. Please don't chase us out. They had served in Huayang Palace for quite some time and had heard many rumors. For example, those palace maids who had been chased out of the palace because they had offended the third princess didn't even leave the palace gates. They had silently disappeared from the palace. It went without saying what awaited them. This was why the 2 of them were frantically begging for mercy. Chan Yi shot a glance at 2 nearby eunuchs. Soon, several people rushed over and dragged the 2 palace maids away with their mouths covered. The cries gradually faded. Chan Yi said, Third princess, don't worry. Don't worry, third princess. They will never appear before you again. It was only then that a trace of impatience appeared in Shang Wanwan's eyes. Have them clean up. Don't worry. Shang Wanwan began to walk toward her sleeping quarters. After taking a few steps, she finally couldn't help but ask, what happened? What's going on with the assembly? Chani gave her a simple explanation of what had happened. The palace had never participated in such matters, but they knew everything that they should know. As she listened, Shang Wanwan's expression gradually turned cold. That's about it. Now, everyone in Shiling City is talking about it. Chan Yi said. Shang Wanwan suddenly sneered. She's getting more and more powerful. She's only been in Shiling for a month, and she's really in the limelight. Chan Yi lowered her head and didn't say anything. I didn't know that she was a triple cultivator. What a coincidence. Could it be that everyone with the word "you" in their name is like this? Chu Luiyue was quite similar to her short-lived elder sister. Whether it was her talent, name, or appearance. As a result, every time she thought about it, she would feel as if a thorn had pierced her heart. Speaking of which, even I am ashamed of my inferiority to such an outstanding talent. Chan Yi said. How can a lowly person like her be mentioned in the same breath as you, third princess? Shang Wanwan walked to the door of the bedroom, and the moment she stepped in, she suddenly stopped. Go and invite her into the palace. Tell her. I admire her very much and want to invite her to the palace. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 646. The third princess invited me into the palace? Chu Luiyue looked up in surprise. and her face was filled with shock. Yes. The third princess heard that Miss Chu turned the tide at the sect competition and is very impressed with your outstanding strength. Therefore, she wants to invite you into the palace for a chat. Chani crossed her hands over her abdomen and said word by word. Even in this Chongshu pavilion, she was still as respectful, serious, and well-behaved as she was in the palace. Many thoughts flashed through Chu Liuyue's mind. She was wondering how to get close to those people back then when Sheng Guanwan took the initiative to invite her into the palace. It was obvious that she didn't do this out of so-called admiration, but because of another motive. Actually, when they were in Thousand View Garden, Chu Liyue had purposely aroused Sheng Guanwan's suspicion. Every frown and smile of hers was exactly like how she was in the past. It wasn't just to make Sheng Guanwan uneasy, but also to plant a seed of suspicion in her heart. She didn't expect that Sheng Guanwan would be unable to sit still after a month. The sect competition had just ended the day before yesterday, and Sheng Guanwan had sent Chani over early this morning. Her patience didn't seem to be as good as before. It's Lu Liuyue's honor to receive the third princess's sincere invitation. Chu Liyue smiled faintly. Her face was filled with curiosity and excitement. She seemed to be overwhelmed by the favor, but was trying her best to control herself. May I know the time set by the third princess? If it's convenient for Miss Chu, please follow this servant back to the palace today. Today? Chu Liyue seemed to be hesitant. Yes, I don't have anything to do today, but isn't it inappropriate to enter the palace without making any preparations? Chani's gaze quickly swept across Chu Liyue's face. A trace of disdain appeared in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. She was still polite. Miss Chu, you don't have to worry about that. The third princess thinks highly of you, so she naturally won't care about this. The worry on Chu Liyue's face dissipated, and she revealed a relieved and happy smile. Then I'm relieved. Then I'll have to trouble you. Miss Chu, please. Chu Liyue had just walked out of the main entrance of the hall with Chani when Yi Ranran and Chang Wanzhou, who had been waiting nervously outside, looked over. In fact, the door wasn't closed, so they could clearly hear the conversation between Chu Liyue and Wang Yao from the outside. Yi Ranran stepped forward and asked hesitantly, "What's the matter?" "Liyu, are you really going to the palace?" Chu Liyue smiled. That's right, the third princess personally sent someone to invite him, which shows her sincerity. I'll be right back. Don't worry. Sheng Guanwan's move was so public. Even if she really wanted to do something, she wouldn't choose this time. Sheng Guanwan was smart enough to do that. Yi Ranran quickly glanced at Chan Yi. For some reason, she felt that there was something wrong with this palace maid. Even though she didn't look like there was anything wrong with her, there was something about her that made people uncomfortable and uneasy. All right. Come back soon then. Chu Liyue smiled and pinched her round face. Got it. This little girl thought that she had hidden it very well, but in reality, her thoughts were written all over her face. She looked at Chang Wanzhou. The two of them looked at each other. Chu Liyue shook her head slightly. She knew that Chang Wanzhou wanted to go with her. However, that was obviously not appropriate. Little Zhou, remember to use the pills I gave you previously. I'll take your pulse when I get back. Chang Wanzhou pursed his lips and finally nodded. At that moment, Yuqi Song suddenly walked over. Greetings, Pavilion Master Yuqi. Chani bowed respectfully. Yuqi Song smiled. Liyu, I'll go down the mountain with you. Chu Liyue asked curiously. You're going to the palace too? Yuqi Song shook his head. No. I'm going to the Jianghu residence. Chani's eyes flickered. Chu Liyue immediately understood. Yuqi Song was planning to continue investigating Jiang Yucheng. Whether it was because of the Chaos Essence gravel or the Zither room, he seemed to have already determined that Jiang Yucheng had done something and was planning to bite him to death. I'm afraid Jiang Yucheng won't have an easy time in the future. She smiled and looked at Chani. Miss Chani, you don't mind if Master goes down the mountain with us, right? Chani said. Of course not. Pavilion Master Yuchi, Miss Chu, please. After the three of them left Qingyuan Mountain, they walked together for a while before finally parting ways. Chu Luiyue and Chani headed towards the palace while Yuchi Song went to the Jiang residence. Walking on the wide and clean imperial street in front of the palace gate, they looked up and saw the majestic imperial city. The dignified and solemn palace stood in front of them. The bright yellow eaves shimmered under the sunlight. The fine eaves fluttered, and 9 beasts squatted on them. Noble, solemn, and sacred. Chu Luiyue's expression was calm, but her heart was in turmoil. This was the place she was most familiar with. She was born here and died here. It had once shone with boundless radiance, glorious and noble. She had also been tortured and bled inch by inch. His entire life was buried here with unforgettable pain. Now, she was finally back. She would finally step through this threshold again. Chani took a few steps and realized that Chu Luiyue wasn't following her. She turned around and saw her staring at the palace gate and palace in a daze. She frowned slightly as impatience flashed across her eyes. Miss Chu? We should go in. Chu Luiyue retracted his gaze. His black jade-like eyes were deep and bright. She nodded slightly and walked forward. Digression, that's all for today. Update at noon tomorrow. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 647. Chu Luiyue followed Chani through the door at the side and headed straight for Huayang Palace. It was already late winter, and the wind was cold. When it blew on one's face, it felt like a knife was cutting. Suddenly, Chu Luiyue felt a chill between her brows. She looked up. Pure white snowflakes were falling. It was snowing. The two of them walked forward. When they reached Huayang Palace, there was already a thin layer of snow on the smooth limestone floor. Seeing Chani return, the palace servants bowed. Many people's gazes landed on Chu Luiyue. They had already received news that the third princess would invite Chu Luiyue over today. This person must be the one. Previously, they had only heard rumors. Now that they saw her in person, they realized that those rumors were somewhat credible. At the very least, her peerlessly beautiful appearance and outstanding temperament were indeed worthy of her name. Chani walked forward. Third princess, young lady Chu is here. A gentle voice came from inside. Why aren't you inviting her in? Chani bowed to Chu Luiyue. Young lady Chu, please. Chu Luiyue nodded slightly and followed her in. Since a long time ago, Huayang Palace had been Shangguanwan's sleeping palace. Among the many palaces in the palace, Huayang Palace was very inconspicuous. Whether it was its size, location, or construction, it was at most average. Shangguanwan's birth mother had a low status, and she was not valued. When she was young, she had been bullied a lot. Later on, Chu Luiyue saw how pitiful she was and sympathized with her. She often spoke up for her in front of her father. Shangguanwan's situation improved, and she moved to Huayang Palace. Although Huayang Palace could not compare to Chu Luiyue's sleeping palace, it was already a great improvement for the Shangguanwan back then. Chu Luiyue thought that she would move to another place after taking power. She did not expect that she would still be here. However, Huayang Palace had been renovated. Judging from the surrounding scenery and decorations, it must have cost a lot of money. A graceful figure walked out from behind the screen. She had a pretty face and a smile on her lips. She seemed to have a hint of spring in her eyes, but there was a hint of nobility and alienation between her brows. It was Shangguanwan. Chu Luiyue glanced at her and curtsied. Luyu greets third princess. Shangguanwan stepped forward to support him and said with a smile, "Get up quickly. Today, this imperial concubine invited you here because there are some matters that this imperial concubine wishes to consult you on. There is no need to be so courteous." Although she said this, her shoulders were straight and she was still 3 steps away from Chu Luiyue. She didn't have the slightest intention of asking her to be excused. Chu Luiyue had seen such petty tricks too many times in the past, so he didn't care at all. After curtsying, he stood up and smiled at Sheng Wanwan. "Thank you, third princess." Sheng Wanwan was stunned for a moment, and her movements froze for a moment. The last time they met, there was still some distance between them, so she couldn't see her clearly. Now that she was standing so close, she could see her face clearly. This face. When she smiles, it really looks like. Sheng Wanwan felt a trace of disgust in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. She only smiled and sat down on the main seat. "Miss Chu, there's no need to be so polite. Please take a seat." Chan Yi walked behind Sheng Wanwan to serve her. Chu Luiyue didn't stand on ceremony. After thanking her, she sat down at the side. Others might be afraid of Sheng Wanwan's identity, but she wasn't. Sheng Wanwan was speechless when she saw her being so carefree. After pausing for a moment, she found an excuse to speak. "Miss Chu, I've heard about the sect competition. Miss Chu's talent is really enviable." Chu Luiyue smiled. "Compared to the third princess, what is Lu Yu's talent? I heard that you were already a rank 7 warrior 2 years ago. How can Lu Yu compare?" Sheng Wanwan's heart felt stifled. She was indeed a rank 7 warrior 2 years ago, but ever since that incident, her Yuan meridian had been destroyed, and no matter what method she used, she couldn't recover. She was no different from a cripple. Chu Luiyue's words were like a stab to her heart. She forced a smile and took a sip of tea to hide the coldness on her face. Chu Luiyue had a faint smile on her face, and her expression was sincere. That's right, there were only 3 people who knew about her physical condition, including herself. How could Chu Luiyue know? "My eldest sister passed away more than a year ago. I'd been sad for a long time and fell seriously ill. Until now, I still can't sleep well and inevitably neglect my cultivation. I've embarrassed myself in front of Miss Chu." Chu Luiyue raised her brows slightly. The third princess's eldest sister should be the former crown princess, right? It seems that you have a very deep relationship with her. Every time you mention her, you feel very sad. Of course. I've been with my eldest sister since I was young. Our relationship is naturally incomparable. Sheng Wanwan put down the teacup and made a soft sound as she looked at Chu Luiyue. "Miss Chu, please don't take it to heart. It's just that you look a little similar to my eldest sister, so every time I see you, I think of her. But speaking of which, Miss Chu seems to have heard some rumors about my eldest sister?" Chu Luiyue's expression was normal. "Actually, I've only heard a few words from young Master Jian." Sheng Wanwan's heart skipped a beat. "Oh. Jian Fengqi? What did he say to you?" Chu Luiyue smiled carelessly. "When young Master Jian first met me, he also said that I looked a little similar to an old friend of his. He also mentioned a few small things that happened between them. I only found out that the person he was talking about was the crown princess after I came to West Hill." Chu Luiyue didn't hesitate to push the blame to Jian Fengqi. Sheng Wanwan would definitely be suspicious of Jian Fengqi, but she couldn't possibly confront Jian Fengqi because of this. In the past, Jian Fengqi and Sheng Wanwan's relationship wasn't bad, but now. Chu Luiyue didn't know what happened between the two, but it was obvious that their relationship wasn't as good as it used to be. Jian Fengqi had always been carefree and self-centered. If he hated someone, he definitely wouldn't be nice to them. It was like this for the former Sheng Wanyu, and it was naturally even more so for Sheng Wanwan. "I see. It's not strange that he would tell you this because he always had a good relationship with my elder sister. After she passed away, he also grieved for a long time." Sheng Wanwan looked down and said slowly, "It's fine." Chu Luiyue was stunned. Jian Fengqi grieved for her? How was that possible? Back then, the two of them hated each other. Jian Fengqi would go against her whenever he had the chance and caused her a lot of trouble. She didn't expect, forget it, let's not talk about that. I heard that you came from country Yaochen outside Heaven's Canopy, right? Chu Luiyue nodded. Sheng Wanwan looked at her, smiling faintly as she asked in a seemingly unintentional manner. She asked casually, I heard that you were born with a damaged Yuan meridian and only officially stepped onto the path of cultivation a year ago. I'm a little curious, how did your Yuan meridian recover? Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 648. So it was because of this. Chu Luiyue sneered in her heart. That's right. Back then, she had destroyed Sheng Wanwan's Yuan meridian while she was at it. Even now, she had yet to recover. How could she not be anxious? The power of the Tianjing Yuan meridian was extremely terrifying. The damage it caused was permanent. Not to mention Sheng Wanwan, even Sheng Wanyu at her peak might not be able to do it. Sheng Wanwan did not dare to publicize this matter, but she definitely had a celestial physician she trusted in private. More than a year had passed, but she still had not made any progress. It was obvious that she had tried everything to no avail. If she had not been forced into a corner, Sheng Wanwan would not have summoned her to the palace in such a hurry. So this is what the third princess wanted to ask. Actually, this matter is a long story. Chu Luiyue narrowed her eyes, as if recalling something. I was indeed born with a damaged Yuan meridian. I had seen countless celestial physicians, but none of them could cure me. Until one day, I was kidnapped and brought to the forest outside the imperial capital. There, I accidentally met a mysterious person. I did not know who that person was, nor did I see his face. The other party only gave me a pill and a prescription. After I ate the pill, I followed the prescription to get the medicine and took it on time. Not long after, the Yuan meridian in my body returned to normal. After that, I wanted to find that mysterious person and thank him personally, but I was unable to find him. Gradually, I put this matter aside. After hearing this, Sheng Wanwan's first reaction was disbelief. That's it? Chu Luiyue smiled and nodded. That's it. Sheng Wanwan's eyes turned cold. Could it be such a coincidence that when Chu Luiyue was being plotted against, she was saved by a peak expert? That person had met her by chance, but had taken the initiative to help her recover her Yuan meridian? And after this matter, that person disappeared without a trace? Then, what was that person after? Sheng Wanwan didn't believe that there was such a thing as a free lunch in this world. She did not believe a single word of Chu Luiyue's explanation. But this kind of thing, other than the person involved, no one else knew. If Chu Luiyue was unwilling to say anything, then there was nothing he could do. Such an opportunity is hard to come by. Miss Chu has truly met a benefactor. Sheng Wanwan sized up Chu Luiyue and said in an ambiguous manner. Not only did he help you recover your Yuan meridian, he even raised your Yuan meridian to the Earth class. Who knows how many people will be envious of you if news of this gets out. Chu Luiyue suddenly smiled. Many people in country Yaochen have asked me about this experience. I didn't expect the third princess to be interested as well. This consort has seen a few people whose Yuan meridians were damaged by external forces and later recovered. However, this consort has never seen someone who was born with a damaged Yuan meridian and was still able to walk the path of cultivation. It was inevitable that this consort was curious and asked a few more questions. As Sheng Wanwan spoke, she sighed. To be able to do this, he must be someone with great divine abilities. If there's a chance, this consort would really like to meet that person. Chu Luiyue smiled sincerely. To be honest, I want to meet that person more than anyone else and thank him in person. Unfortunately, that person comes and goes without a trace. There's no way to find him. Sheng Wanwan felt a little vexed. Only Chu Luiyue knew what was going on. If she did not want to say it, who could force her? Now that she was in the limelight in Xiling, her every move was being watched. It was even more difficult to touch her. At this moment, a report suddenly came from outside the door. Third Princess, Lord Zhuo Mingxi is here. Shang Wanwan was a little surprised. Why is Lord Zhuo here at this time? Chani reminded her softly. Your Highness, have you forgotten that it's Lord Zhuo's turn to take His Majesty's pulse today? You said last time that Lord Zhuo would come and talk to you about His Majesty's condition after taking his pulse in the future. Chu Liuyue's hand on the armrest slightly curled up. Oh, this consort has indeed forgotten. Please ask him to wait in the side hall for a moment. This consort will come immediately. As Shang Wanwan spoke, she looked at Chu Liyue. This consort has something to take care of. I'll have to trouble Miss Chu to wait here for a moment. If you find it boring, you can also have Chani bring you around Huayang Hall. Chu Liyue immediately said, Third Princess, please. Shang Wanwan got up and left. Soon, she arrived outside the hall. Chu Liyue looked up and happened to see Zhuo Mingxi's figure standing outside. Lord Zhuo, why are you here so early today? This was Shang Wanwan's voice. Zhuo Mingxi bowed and said, This humble subject's jade pendant is done, so I came early to collect it. An idea suddenly popped into Chu Liyue's mind. Jade pendant? The jade pendant he was talking about, could it be? That's good. This jade pendant is a symbol of status. Lord Zhuo, please be careful in the future and don't lose it again. Third Princess, you're right. Follow this consort. The two walked into the side hall, and the voices completely disappeared. Chu Liyue was shocked. So the jade pendant that accidentally fell from Jian Fengqi's body that day was Jiang Lizua's? Jiang Lizua said that he lost it. Then, did Jian Fengqi accidentally pick it up after he lost it, or did Jian Fengqi deliberately take it from him? Thinking back to the faint ambergris on Jian Fengqi's body that day, he had clearly entered the palace. And it was very likely that he had entered father's bedchamber. But why would he do that? Chu Liyue felt like there was a cloud of fog in front of her. She couldn't see clearly. She stood up. Chani immediately asked, Miss Chu, do you want to look around? Chu Liyue turned around and smiled. Will it be too troublesome? Chani said respectfully. You're too kind, Miss Chu. Since the third princess has spoken, you don't have to worry so much. Why don't I bring you to the back garden? Chu Liyue nodded slightly. Thank you. The two then walked out of the hall. After they left, Chu Liyue glanced in the direction of the side hall, seemingly unintentionally. So that's Lord Zhuo Mingxi. I heard that he's a very powerful celestial physician. Chani seemed to have unintentionally used her body to block Chu Liyue's line of sight. Her expression was polite and cold. Lord Zhuo is an imperial physician. Naturally, his medical skills are superb. Why, is Miss Chu interested in this? Chu Liyue didn't seem to notice the warning in her words. She smiled. That's not it. It's just that I've heard from my master that there are a few imperial physicians in the palace who are very powerful. That's why I admire them. I didn't expect to be fortunate enough to meet them today. Chani glanced at her, the doubts in her heart gradually dispelled. She had heard that Chu Liyue was also a celestial physician, so her words sounded normal. The back garden is over there. Miss Chu, please follow me. With that, Chani walked in front and led the way. Chu Liyue followed. On the other side, after Shang Wanwan and Zhuo Mingxi entered the side hall, they went straight to the point. Lord Zhuo, how's father's condition? Are there any signs of him waking up? Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from LoveNet. Chapter 649. Zhuo Mingxi shook his head. No. Shang Wanwan sighed regretfully. As expected, haven't you been giving imperial father medicine? Why hasn't there been any movement after such a long time? Shang Wanwan furrowed her brows, unable to figure it out. Back then, in order to create the illusion that Imperial Father was seriously ill and unconscious and bedridden, they had secretly used poison. At that time, they had been thinking that after killing Shang Guanyu, they would get rid of Imperial Father as well. To the outside world, they would just say that Imperial Father had died from excessive depression because of Shang Guanyu's death. However, things had changed. They had to wait for Imperial Father to wake up again. Thus, they stopped using the poison and continued to treat him, hoping that he would wake up soon. However, this wait had lasted for more than a year. Until now, there had been no movement at all. Zhuo Mingxi looked ashamed. This humble subject is incompetent. Shang Guanwan's expression was still ugly. If not for the fact that this matter was too private and only these trusted celestial physician could use it, she would have already. Zhuo Mingxi pondered for a moment and said hesitantly. Your Highness, actually. His Majesty's health seemed to have improved a little some time ago. At that time, whether it was his breathing or pulse, it was obvious that he was much stronger than before. Logically speaking, His Majesty should have woken up by now if he had continued to develop according to that trend. However, for some reason, His Majesty's condition began to worsen. Since then, His Majesty has been in and out of consciousness, which is why His Majesty is still unconscious to this day. Shang Guanwan's face darkened. So? What are you trying to say? Zhuo Mingxi looked conflicted. He cupped his fists and bowed. Then, he carefully opened his mouth. Your Highness, this humble subject has a guess in mind, but I don't know if I should say it. What guess? Just say it. That is. His Majesty's current condition, could it be that someone has done something? Shang Guanwan suddenly looked at him. What do you mean? Zhuo Mingxi said. Ever since I sensed that His Majesty's health had improved, this humble subject roughly knew a way to help His Majesty recover and has been following it. In the first few days, it was indeed effective. But later on, it inexplicably went back and forth. This humble subject has confirmed that there is no problem with this humble subject's prescription. It should not cause such a situation to occur. Therefore, I suspect that there must be something fishy going on. How is this possible? This consort has always sent people to watch over Qingfeng Hall. Not even a bird can fly in. Furthermore, the three of you have been taking turns to look after my father's health. No other celestial physician has ever come in contact with him. Those who could enter and leave the Clear Wind Palace were all people she could trust, so how could such a problem have occurred? This is only a guess of this humble subject's. It may not be true. Zhuo Mingxi immediately said, after all, that kind of medicine. It's already very difficult for His Majesty to survive until now. Shang Guanwan's face sank and she didn't say anything. When they poisoned him, they only wanted to kill him. Who would have thought of saving him? She hadn't thought much of it at first, but after hearing Zhuo Mingxi's words, she couldn't help but become suspicious. Thinking about it carefully, this might not be impossible. In the past 2 months, who has frequently entered Clear Wind Palace? Zhuo Mingxi thought for a moment and said, other than the three of us, it should be you and the prince consort, right? If others wanted to go, they would have to get Shang Guanwan's permission. It wasn't that easy. A trace of suspicion flashed across Shang Guanwan's eyes. If someone really did that, who could it be? Chu Luiyue followed Chani to the back garden of Huayang Palace. This place had clearly been renovated. Everything was incomparably exquisite and exuded a sense of luxury. There were many flowers and plants planted in the garden. It was currently the middle of winter, but the flowers were still blooming. They were colorful and beautiful. Coupled with the pure white snow, it was very beautiful. Chu Luiyue asked in surprise, "It's so cold." "It's so cold, these flowers are." The third princess ordered people to dig a ditch below and draw in the hot spring water from Jade Spring Mountain. Even in the middle of winter, the surface is still very warm. Therefore, these flowers and plants can bloom like spring in the middle of winter. Chani explained with an indifferent expression. I see, Chu Luiyue nodded thoughtfully. Upon closer inspection, there was indeed no snow in the back garden. After the snowflakes landed on the ground, they quickly melted and seeped into the ground. She walked slowly, as if attracted by these flowers and plants. However, she was thinking of another question. Shang Wanwan isn't someone who likes flowers and plants. Why did she suddenly spend so much effort to dig a ditch under Huayang Palace's back garden and even draw in the water from Jade Spring Mountain? This project sounded simple, but it was actually very expensive. Even if Shang Wanwan had so much money that she had nowhere to spend it, she didn't seem to spend her energy on such meaningless leisure. Unless there was a problem with the ditch below. Jiang residence. Jiang Yuqing sat at the head of the table and looked at Mu Qinghe, who was standing in front of him with her hands hanging by her side. In that case, there's really no problem with her identity? Mu Qinghe nodded. I've already sent people to investigate and confirmed it. Chu Luiyue grew up in country Yao Chen's imperial capital. Because she was born with an incomplete Yuan meridian, she was treated as a good-for-nothing and was bullied. It was only on the eve of her 14th birthday that she was saved. Her Yuan meridian was restored and she officially began to cultivate. When I arrived in country Yao Chen, she had just entered the academy to cultivate. Other than me and Jian Fengqi, she shouldn't know anyone else from the Tianling dynasty. Jiang Yuqing leaned back in his chair and gently tapped the table with one hand. That's strange. Why does 100 Herbs building value her so much? At first, I thought that they were doing it because of you. Later, I realized that it didn't seem to be the case. After she came to West Hill with Jian Fengqi, did she meet anyone? Mu Qinghe pondered for a moment and said, after she came to West Hill, she had been living in the Mu residence. At that time, Duan Ziyu accompanied her every day, so I can confirm that she didn't meet anyone suspicious. However, she moved out of the Mu residence a month ago. I heard that she lived in Pavilion Master Weiqi's former residence. I don't know what happened after that. Jiang Yuqing rubbed the space between his eyebrows and fell into deep thought. Yuqi Song is her master, so it's normal for her to do this. But didn't Yuqi Song sell most of his things? Which residence does Chu Luiyue live in? Mu Qinghe hesitated for a moment. The one on 6 Cloud Street. That's one of Pavilion Master Weiqi's last 2 residences in West Hill City. Jiang Yuqing's expression froze slightly. So it's that, in the past, Shangguan you liked to go to that residence very much. Previously, Yuqi Song was in financial difficulties and sold a lot of things. Only these 2 residences remained untouched. One was for Shangguan Yu. The other was for his only son, Wei Qi Lang. He suddenly sneered and said meaningfully, it seems that he really likes this Chu Luiyue. He's actually willing to part with her. Knock knock. Eldest young master, Pavilion Master Wei Qi of Chongshu Pavilion is here to visit. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 650. Speak of the Devil. Jiang Yuqing frowned. Why is Yuqi Song here again? He felt that something was amiss when they parted ways in the zither room of Thousand View Garden last time. However, after waiting for a month, Yuqi Song didn't do anything. He gradually let go of this matter. He didn't expect him to come again at this time. Jiang Yuqing stood up and walked out. When he passed by Mu Qinghe, he paused. You can go back first. When you have time, go ask Chu Luiyue. Mu Qinghe bowed and said, yes. Jiang Yuqing nodded slightly and left. After his figure completely disappeared, Mu Qinghe raised her head and looked in the direction Jiang Yuqing left with a cold and solemn expression. Strange, recently, Jiang Yuqing seemed to be particularly concerned about Chu Luiyue's matter. Not only did he specially call him over for questioning, but he also asked him to investigate personally. This kind of thing should have been left to his subordinates to do. Now that Jiang Yuqing had instructed him to do it, it could be seen how much importance he attached to this matter. He put away the doubts in his heart and left. When Jiang Yuqing arrived at the front hall, Yuqi Song was already sitting there. A polite smile quickly appeared on his face. Pavilion Master Yuchi, what brings you here? Yuchi Song had already sensed his footsteps, but it wasn't until he was in front of him that he said, I'm here today because I have something to ask young Master Jiang. His expression was indifferent, and no emotions could be seen on his face. For a moment, Jiang Yuching's heart was pounding. He didn't know what he was planning to do this time. Haha. I've already heard about the sect meeting, but I haven't had the chance to congratulate you yet. A smile appeared on Yuchi Song's face, but his eyes were cold. Young Master Jiang is too polite. Seeing that his attitude was somewhat cold, the smile on Jiang Yuching's face gradually faded. He walked to the opposite side and sat down. Pavilion Master Yuchi, what do you want to ask? Please ask. I will tell you everything I know. Yuchi Song was silent for a while, then stared into his eyes and asked, I wonder if young Master Jiang has ever heard of mixed yuan gravel? There was a moment of silence in the room. Jiang Yuching said slowly, I've heard a little about it. Why is Pavilion Master Wei Qi asking this? It's a long story. More than a year ago, our Chongshu Pavilion suffered a sneak attack. Our school suffered heavy casualties, and we still haven't found the culprit behind the scenes. After that night, countless medicinal herbs on Xingyuan Mountain withered overnight. And from then on, no more medicinal herbs could be planted. For such a long time, this old man has tried to find the truth, but to no avail. It wasn't until some time ago when Wanzhou arrived and told her that there was mixed yuan gravel on Xingyuan Mountain that she found her answer. According to him, the chaos yuan gravel is found in the south. This old man thought about it and felt that there was something fishy about this matter. Southern border is barren and barbaric. Who would specially go there to retrieve the chaos yuan gravel and harm our Chongshu Pavilion? This old man has always been upright and magnanimous. I've never felt the slightest bit guilty to anyone. I don't know when I've offended someone to bring about such a disaster. He paused, looked straight into Jiang Yuching's eyes, and asked word by word. If this old man remembers correctly, young Master Jiang has been to southern border before? The air gradually froze. Jiang Yuching's expression was as usual, and the corners of his mouth even curled up into a smile. Pavilion Master Wei Qi, are you suspecting that I'm the culprit behind the assassination of the Chongshu Pavilion? Yuchi Song shook his head slowly. Why would young Master Jiang think so? Wanzhou once said that the person who used the chaos yuan gravel would suffer a backlash after the chaos yuan gravel was removed. Even if he didn't die, he would be crippled. But isn't young Master Jiang fine? Although this old man is anxious, I won't suspect anyone casually. Jiang Yuching's brows furrowed imperceptibly. Yuchi Song really didn't look like he was here to denounce him. Then why did he come here and make all these things so clear? What was his purpose? He reacted for a moment and revealed a gratified expression. Hearing Pavilion Master Wei Qi's words, I'm relieved. I've always respected and admired you. How could I do such a thing? Then you came today. This old man came today to ask for young Master Jiang's help to investigate who it was. This old man remembers that when you went to southern border, you seem to have brought a lot of people with you, right? Could it be one of them? Jiang Yuching heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. I see. No problem. Since you've already found some clues, then I'll help you investigate. If it's really related to my subordinates, I'll really feel extremely guilty. If this matter was left to him to investigate, he would naturally be able to find out whatever results he wanted. Yuchi Song smiled. In that case, thank you very much. Jiang Yuching cupped his hands. Pavilion Master Wei Qi, you don't have to be so polite. If you need any other help, feel free to ask. There's nothing else, but there's one thing, this old man has been quite concerned about it. Yuchi Song looked hesitant. Jiang Yuching said, just say it. Yuchi Song pondered for a long time before slowly asking, I heard that young Master Jiang went to southern border to look for medicine to revive the Empress. I wonder, what medicine are you looking for? Jiang Yuching's smile froze on his face. He barely maintained his calm and asked, this is all in the past. Why do you suddenly ask this? Yuchi Song looked at him. His gaze was sharp as if he could see through people's hearts. Every word was like thunder on the ground. To be honest, this old man has been thinking about what happened back then. The more I think about it, the stranger I feel. The Empress's death seems to be full of doubts. I wonder if eldest young Master Jiang ever had such a suspicion. Perhaps the crown princess didn't die from qi deviation during cultivation? Digression. I've been so busy updating recently that I've forgotten what the sky looks like. Today, I'm going out to eat with my sister who just finished the college entrance examination. I don't know how long I'll be back, but I'll try my best to update when I come back. Thank you for your understanding. Love mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 651. Jiang Yuqing slowly sat up straight. His face was so tense that it made his expression look rather strange. Why do you say that, Pavilion Master Yuchi? When something happened to the Empress concubine, it caused a huge commotion. Many people in the palace can testify. You said that. Did you find something? Yuchi Song paused for a moment. It's not that I found anything. It's just that I suddenly thought of many things recently and felt that something was wrong. For example, the Empress concubine had always cultivated in her own special room. Why did she suddenly go to the Imperial Ancestral Hall to try to break through? In the end, she went mad and died? That place is dedicated to the memorial tablets of the Tianling dynasty's ancestors. Why did the Empress concubine go there for no reason? Jiang Yuqing lowered his eyes and said lightly. This matter. To tell you the truth, I've always had doubts in my heart. But, according to the third princess, the Empress concubine had mentioned this matter to her before she went to the Imperial Ancestral Hall. It could be seen that she was prepared. At that time, the third princess also asked, but the Empress concubine didn't answer. I didn't expect that later. Until today, I'm afraid that only the Empress concubine herself knows the reason for this matter. Yuchi Song continued to ask, you're saying that the Empress concubine was prepared to go to the Imperial Ancestral Hall in advance? Jiang Yuqing nodded with a trace of sadness on his face. If I had known that those things would happen later, I would have dissuaded her at that time. Yuchi Song's eyes flickered. In that case, I'm thinking too much. Jiang Yuqing glanced at him. Pavilion Master Yuchi, I know that you and the Empress concubine have a deep relationship. Her departure is a huge blow to you. But she's already gone. You should restrain your grief. If you work hard and feel depressed every day because of this, the Empress concubine's spirit in heaven will probably be sad when she finds out. Yuchi Song rubbed the space between his eyebrows with a tired expression. It's really strange. If the Empress concubine really has something important to do, she usually wouldn't be so unprepared. She didn't even tell a single person. I thought that she was forced to be taken to the Imperial Ancestral Hall. Jiang Yuqing's heart thumped twice, and he forced a smile. Pavilion Master Wei Qi, you're worrying too much. Her Highness the Empress concubine has a noble status and no one dares to disobey her. How could there be someone with such guts? Yes. She has a kind heart. How could anyone have such guts and such a vicious heart? Wei Qi Song muttered to himself, enunciating each word clearly. It was as if he was talking to himself, but also as if he was questioning someone. Jiang Yuqing's heart beat even faster. The blood in his body seemed to have frozen, and his limbs were cold. He lowered his eyes. It seems that this old man has really misunderstood. Yuchi Song stood up and let out a long sigh. Since the matter has been clarified, this old man will not waste young Master Jiang's time. I will take my leave now. Jiang Yuqing looked up. You're leaving now? That's right. The sect conference had just ended, and there were still many things to deal with in the Chongshu Pavilion. Also, I'll have to trouble young Master Jiang with the matter of Mestuan gravel. Jiang Yuqing braced himself and said, "Don't worry. Don't worry, I'll go back and investigate this matter myself. I'll interrogate all the people who went to the southern border with me. I'll definitely give you a satisfactory answer." Only then did Wei Qi Song nod his head in relief. Then, he bid farewell and left. Jiang Yuqing symbolically urged him to stay and personally sent him out. When Yuqi Song's figure disappeared outside the gate of the Jiang mansion, Jiang Yuqing retracted his gaze, turned around, and walked quickly back to the study with an expressionless face. Sun Qi saw that his expression was a little strange and was a little nervous. "Eldest young master," Jiang Yuqing's voice was as cold as ice. "Immediately gather all the people who went to Nanjiang. I want to interrogate them one by one." A hint of surprise flashed across Sun Qi's eyes, but when he saw Jiang Yuqing's expression, he immediately said, "Yes. This subordinate will do it right away." With that, Sun Qi immediately left the study, not forgetting to carefully close the door before he left. When he was the only one left in the room, Jiang Yuqing finally couldn't suppress the anger in his heart and swept the things on the table to the ground. The people outside seemed to have been instructed by Sun Qi to stay quiet, and no one responded. Jiang Yuqing's chest rose and fell violently, his face flushed red, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Only his lips were incomparably pale, looking very strange. On the surface, Yuqi Song came today to ask him to investigate the matter of Mestyuan gravel, but in fact, he clearly had other motives. He deliberately mentioned Shangguanyu and said those words. What exactly did he want? If Yuqi Song really only had simple suspicions, he definitely wouldn't have come to the Jiang mansion and directly said these things to him. What did he know? Did he come this time to test him, or to threaten him? Jiang Yuqing's heart was in a mess, and his mind was in chaos. After a long time, he finally calmed down. He stood there, thinking for a long time with a gloomy expression, and then lifted his sleeve. An ugly red scar that had already formed a scab stretched across it. He took a deep breath, took out a box of ointment from the cabinet beside him, and slowly applied it. The more Yuqi Song suspected him, the calmer he had to be, and the more he had to be foolproof. But for some reason, the hand that was applying the ointment was trembling slightly. After Mu Qinghe left the Jiang mansion, she wanted to return to the Mu residence first. But when she thought of what Jiang Yuqing said before she left, she changed her mind and walked in the direction of 6 Cloud Street. The main street of West Hill was always bustling with people coming and going, and it was very lively. He passed through the crowd and walked through the noisy street. After a few turns, the number of people around him gradually decreased, and it became quiet. Unknowingly, it had started to snow. The feather-like snowflakes drifted down and landed on his head. His clothes were gradually covered with a layer of white frost, and there was a hint of bone-chilling coldness. He walked forward in silence, and finally stopped in front of a house. The bluestone road, which was always clean and tidy, was covered with a layer of snow. Behind him was a string of clear footprints. He raised his head and looked at the familiar door in front of him. He had been to this place many times. But in the past year, he had not been here again. He thought that he would never come here again, but he did not expect. There was a plaque hanging above the door. Chu Mansion. The handwriting was like a swimming dragon, and it was obviously Yuqi Song's handwriting. Mu Qinghe frowned slightly. It seemed that Yuqi Song doted on Chu Luiyue more than he had expected. He thought that Yuqi Song would never let anyone live in this place. It had only been a year, and things had changed. Mu Qinghe stared at the door for a while, then turned around and prepared to leave. But as soon as he took a step, he heard footsteps coming from inside the door. He was stunned. Chu Luiyue and Chang Wanzhou shouldn't be living here now. How could there be someone inside? Just as he was thinking, the door was opened from the inside with a creak. A familiar face appeared in front of him. Vice Admiral Mu, my master invites. Digression. Today is a wasted February. Tomorrow at 12 noon. I'll take a break for 2 days before I update. Thank you for your understanding, Love Mobile users. Please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 652. Yan Qing. Mu Qinghe remembered that he was one of Rong Xiu's men. The master he mentioned should be Rong Xiu. But when did he come to the West Hill? Mu Qinghe was full of doubts, but she still looked very calm. She nodded slightly and walked inside. The house was not big. After bypassing the front yard and walking through the corridor, she came to a door. Yan Qing pushed the door open and invited her in. Vice Admiral Mu, please. Mu Qinghe walked into the room. The room was very warm and filled with a faint smell of medicine. Rong Xiu was sitting beside a bronze and gilded stove. He was dressed in a white robe, which seemed to be the same color as the goose feather snow outside the door. Master, Vice Admiral Mu is here. Yan Qing said respectfully. Rong Xiu looked up. They had not seen each other for a while. His noble and enchanting face had become more charming and outstanding. Even Mu Qinghe had to admit in her heart that Rong Xiu's charming appearance was indeed rare in the world. Rong Xiu's lips curved into a light smile. Vice Admiral Mu, please forgive me for not going out to welcome you. Mu Qinghe raised her eyebrows slowly. Why did Rong Xiu speak as if this house was his territory? Didn't Yuqi Song give this house to Chu Luiyue? How have you been, Princely? You don't have to be so polite. As Mu Qinghe spoke, he walked over and sat down at the side. He then sized up his surroundings silently. It seemed that this house was not extensively renovated. It looked the same as before. But there were a few more things, which were obviously Rong Xiu's things. It was obvious that Rong Xiu was indeed staying here. Princely, weren't you in Yaochen before? When did you arrive at the West Hill? Mu Qinghe went straight to the point. Also, if I remember correctly, this house seems to have been given to Chu Luiyue by the master of the Chongshu Pavilion. I wonder why Princely is living here now. Rong Xiu smiled faintly. It just so happened that I had some matters to attend to and was passing by this place. Thinking that you, was here, I decided to take a look at her. She hasn't been living in the city recently, so she temporarily lent this residence to this prince. After all, they were engaged, so there was nothing wrong with doing this. I see. Mu Qinghe nodded and asked in a seemingly unintentional manner, I wonder what Princely is going to do to pass by the West Hill, which is thousands of miles away from Yaochen. Actually, distance wasn't the most important thing. Most importantly, the West Hill was within the heaven's canopy. If Rong Xiu wanted to enter from the outside, it would take some effort. I'm not afraid that Vice Admiral Mu will laugh at me. This prince's trip is also for this body. Mingyue Tianshan's elder found a celestial physician for this prince and said that she might be able to completely remove the root of this prince's illness. This prince is here. But when I arrived at the West Hill, I missed you, and my old illness relapsed, so I decided to stay here temporarily and recuperate for a period of time. As Rong Xiu spoke, he clenched his fist and coughed twice. His face was somewhat pale. It seemed that it was indeed as he said. Mu Qinghe thought about his words twice and didn't find any problems. There were many powerful people in the heaven's canopy. Celestial physicians' level and strength were naturally higher. It was actually normal for Rong Xiu to come to the heaven's canopy to look for a doctor. Recently, Chu Luiyue has been making waves in West Hill City and is very famous. Princely should have heard of him, right? Now, Chu Luiyue's name could be said to be known by almost everyone in West Hill City. Rong Xiu's smile deepened. The corners of his eyes and the tips of his brows seemed to relax, and a touch of extreme gentleness appeared in his eyes. She has always been the best. His tone was light, but it was natural, with undisguised doting and pride. The woman he liked was naturally the most outstanding in this world. No matter what she did, she would do her best. The Wanzheng competition was like this, and so was the sex meeting. Mu Qinghe paused and said, There is something that I would like to ask Princely, Vice Admiral Mu, please speak. Chu Luiyue, does she know anyone in West Hill? From what I heard, General Manager Yu of the 100 Herbs building seems to take good care of her. Yan Qing stood with his hands by his side and looked down. Take good care of her? How could Yu Ling not take good care of his master's wife? It was fine that he didn't know her identity before, but now that his master had personally said it, Yu Ling would naturally take good care of her. Previously, didn't Jiang Yuji suffer because she couldn't control her mouth? I have never heard her mention this. It is also her first time in West Hill. How could she know anyone here? As for that general manager Yu, I have also heard of him. But it seems that it is because you spent a lot of money in the 100 Herbs building. At this point, Rong Xiu's thin lips curled up slightly. It is said that the first time you went to the 100 Herbs building, it was with the support of Vice Admiral Mu. He smiled and his tone was light, as if he was just asking casually. But for some reason, that smile didn't climb to the bottom of his eyes. There was a chill in the corners of his eyes and the tips of his brows, making one's heart turn cold. Mu Qinghe inexplicably felt that the room had become much colder. He moved his body to shake off the chill and said indifferently, "Don't worry. I brought her to participate in the Wanjing competition, so it is natural for her to do these things." Moreover, not long after, she moved to this house and rarely interacted with the Mu family. But I heard that Jian Fengqi previously bet that she would win first place in the Wanjing competition and earned a lot of money. Later, he even gave her a portion of the money, so she has a lot of money left. The news that Chu Luiyue spent a lot of money in the 100 Herbs building had also spread like wildfire. Only this amount of money could support her expenses. Rong Xiu raised his sword-like eyebrows slightly and smiled leisurely. Is that so? In an instant, the surroundings seemed to become colder. Yan Qing closed her eyes in despair. Mu Qinghe was really ruthless. Why did she have to touch the pot that didn't boil? Actually, in detail, Mu Qinghe's money was spent by Miss Lu Yu, who extorted money from her. Jian Fengqi relied on Miss Lu Yu to win the money. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be a problem for him to share the money with her. Moreover, Miss Lu Yu was spending master's money now, but other people didn't know. In this way, how would outsiders view master? Mu Qinghe finally realized that something was wrong. Looking at Rong Xiu's expression, she could roughly guess what was going on. Rong Xiu was born in the royal family of Yaochen and had a noble status in the imperial capital. However, in West Hill, it was nothing. It was probably very difficult for him to afford Chu Luiyue. Otherwise, why would he stay here instead of living outside? Thinking of this, Mu Qinghe's expression became a little strange. In this way, it seemed like Rong Xiu was living off a woman. Who would have thought that 2 months ago, Chu Luiyue was living off Rong Xiu? Now, in the blink of an eye, it was Chu Luiyue who was living off Rong Xiu? The world was really unpredictable. Moreover, based on Chu Luiyue's talent and strength, her future would be limitless. However, Rong Xiu was still dragging this sickly body. Judging from what had happened before, Chu Luiyue clearly knew someone in 100 Herbs building, and it was very likely that the person's status was not low. Otherwise, 100 Herbs building wouldn't have protected her like this. However, Chu Luiyue didn't seem to have told Rong Xiu about this. Mu Qinghe looked at Rong Xiu with a hint of sympathy. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 653. Speak of the Devil. Jiang Yuqing frowned. Why was Yuqi Song here again? Ever since they parted at the piano room in Qianjing Garden, he felt that something was amiss. But after waiting for a month, Yuqi Song didn't do anything. He gradually put this matter aside. He didn't expect him to come again at this time. Jiang Yuqing stood up and walked outside. When he passed by Mu Qinghe, he paused. You can go back first. I'll ask Chu Luiyue when I have time. Mu Qinghe bowed and said, yes. Jiang Yuqing nodded slightly and left. After his figure disappeared completely, Mu Qinghe raised his head and looked in the direction that Jiang Yuqing left with a cold and solemn expression. Strange, recently, Jiang Yuqing seemed to be especially concerned about Chu Luiyue. Not only did he call him over for questioning, but he also asked him to investigate personally. This kind of matter could be left to the subordinates to handle. Now that Jiang Yuqing had asked him to do it, it could be seen how important this matter was to him. He put away the doubts in his heart and walked away as well. When Jiang Yuqing came to the front hall, Yuqi Song was already sitting there. A polite smile quickly appeared on his face. Yuqi Pavilion Master, what brings you here? Yuqi Song had long sensed his footsteps, but it was only when he was in front of him that he said, I'm here today because I have some things to ask young Master Jiang. His expression was indifferent, and no emotions could be seen on his face. For a moment, Jiang Yuqing's heart was beating fast. He didn't know what Yuqi Song was planning to do on this trip. Haha. I've already heard about the sect meeting, but I haven't had the chance to congratulate you yet. Yuqi Song also revealed a smile on his face, but his eyes were cold. Young Master Jiang is too polite. Jiang Yuqing saw that his attitude was a little cold, and the smile on his face gradually faded. He walked to the opposite side and sat down. Yuqi Pavilion Master, if you have any questions, please ask. I will definitely tell you everything I know. Yuqi Song was silent for a while, staring at his eyes and asked, I wonder if young Master Jiang has heard of mixed essence sand? There was a moment of silence in the room. Jiang Yuqing slowly said, I've heard of it. Why is Yuqi Pavilion Master asking this? It's a long story. More than a year ago, my Void Rush Pavilion created people to launch a sneak attack. The sect suffered heavy casualties, and the true culprit behind the scenes has yet to be found. After that night, the countless medicinal herbs on Clear Source Mountain also withered overnight. And from then on, no medicinal herbs could be planted anymore. For such a long time, this old man has also tried to find the truth, but to no avail. Until some time ago, when Wanzhou came and said that my Clear Source Mountain has mixed essence sand, did I find the answer. According to him, this mixed essence sand belongs to the southern region. This old man thought about it, and felt that this matter was really fishy. The southern border is barren and barbaric. Who would specially go there and retrieve the mixed essence sand, and harm my Void Rush Pavilion? This old man has always been upright and magnanimous, and has never felt the slightest bit of guilt towards anyone. Even more so, I don't know when I have offended anyone to bring about such a calamity. He paused, looking straight into Jiang Yuqing's eyes, and asked word by word. If this old man remembers correctly, eldest young Master Jiang has been to the southern border before? The air gradually froze. Jiang Yuqing's expression was as usual, and even the corners of his mouth were raised in a hint of a smile. Pavilion Master Yuqi, are you suspecting that I'm the mastermind who plotted against the Clear Void Pavilion? Yuqi Song slowly shook his head. Why would eldest young Master Jiang think so? Wanzhou once said that the person who applied the mixed essence sand would suffer a backlash after the mixed essence sand was removed, and even if they didn't die, they would be crippled. But isn't eldest young Master Jiang fine? Although this old man is anxious, I won't casually suspect anyone. Jiang Yuqing's brows furrowed imperceptibly. Yuqi Song's appearance indeed didn't look like he was here to denounce him. Then why did he come here and say all these things out loud? What was his purpose? He reacted for a moment, and revealed a gratified expression. Hearing Pavilion Lord Yuqi say so, I'm relieved. I have always respected and admired you, how could I do such a thing? Then today you came. This old man came today to ask eldest young Master Jiang for help to find out who it was. This old man remembered that when you went to the southern border, you seemed to have brought a lot of people, right? Could it be one of them? Jiang Yuqing heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. So that's how it is. No problem. Since you found some clues, I'll help you investigate it. If it's really related to one of my subordinates, I'm really going to feel extremely guilty. If this matter was handed over to him to investigate, he would naturally be able to find out whatever he wanted. Yuqi Song smiled. If that's the case, thank you very much. Jiang Yuqing cupped his hands. Yuqi Pavilion Lord, you're welcome. If there's anything else you need help with, just let me know. There's just one thing. this old man has been rather mindful of. Yuqi Song's face showed hesitation. Jiang Yuqing said, just say it. Yuqi Song pondered for a while, and then asked slowly. I heard that when young Master Jiang went to the southern border, it was to find medicine to revive the Empress concubine? I wonder, what medicine was it that you were looking for? Jiang Yuqing's smile froze on his face. He forced himself to remain calm and asked, You. This is all in the past. Why do you suddenly think of asking this? Yuqi Song looked at him, his eyes sharp as if he could see through a person's heart. Every word was like a clap of thunder. To be honest, recently this old man has often thought about what happened in the past. The more I think about it, the stranger I feel. The Empress concubine's death seems to be full of suspicious points. I wonder if young Master Jiang has ever had such a suspicion, that the Empress concubine might not have died from cultivation deviation? Digression, recently I've been so busy updating that I've even forgotten what the sky is like. Today, I'm accompanying my sister out for a meal after her college entrance examination. I don't know how long I'll be back, but I'll try my best to update when I do. Thank you for your understanding. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please come to the website of Self-Love. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.